Hello everyone, welcome to the pre-stream. We'll be starting in about 13 and a bit minutes. So until then, well, we just sort of thought we'd hang out here and chat to you guys while we get everything ready. So welcome to the stream or the pre-stream.
Evening, everyone.
Hello.
While I do little things like working out how to join the game again.
I wanted to do that. I should actually fire the game up.
Yeah, I was just having the same thought. Oh yes, it'd be a good idea to do that, wouldn't it? So we can actually start playing.
Yes, Joey. Actually, I don't know if it's recreated for every single stream, but for every single recap video, it is recreated.
Yes, the stream and
Yeah.
the stream and the recap video. It's the same. It's the same video. So Tristan redoes it after we've played, and then I just render a new video with the same audio on it.
The audio only needed once, but the video needs many, many attempts. It turned out.
Yes, the audio was bad enough from the start that we thought we'd just keep it.
Fun fact: I can't pronounce Krastorio properly.
So we see, or hear.
Yeah, I end up stuttering over it every time.
It is a slightly difficult word, and also when there's all that pressure and you're trying to say something specific, just deliberately, very very deliberately for a recording, it is a little bit fiddly and easy to fall over your own tongue.
If you cast your mind back, I only actually did that one as an idea. I wasn't actually expecting that to be the end version.
Oh,
Which
okay.
is why I didn't bother re-editing. Otherwise, I'd have re-recorded it to pronounce Krastorio correctly.
It was good enough. I mean, we're very very polished on this channel, as you can tell. Every video goes through hundreds of edits and reprocesses before they're released, and that's why there's never any problems with them at all. Everything is always perfect. So yes. So I've got quite a list. So those of you who've seen the videos, which I'm sure will probably be virtually everyone, if not actually everyone, because the videos always get more views than the streams. There were quite a lot of things I saw as I was going through there, though, where I went, "That's not right. I should go in and fix that." So it's sort of the advantage of going through the base again and talking about everything that's in there, rather than just having a rather than not, I suppose, is that I actually go in and I look at things a bit more closely because I'm trying to explain what they're doing, and then sometimes I go in and I try and explain it, and I go, "Hang on a minute, that's not right." So I've made a list of those things this time. I usually mean to, and I usually don't. So this time I've actually been organised. 2, 3, 4.
We tried to get him to fill in his Jira tickets, but he really doesn't do that.
Yeah, including subtasks, there's 21 items on this to-do list. Now, most of those are going to be fairly simple things, like it needs one more RoboPort, or I need to put in a couple of pumps in places, or I need to tweak tweak the logic on an inserter or something like that. But a couple of things are a little bit bigger, like making yellow science. That's going to be a little bit more of an adventure.
Yeah, that is a progression thing rather than a problem with the factory.
Yes, true, but it's on my to-do list nonetheless. Actually,
there's been Marc's to-do list as well. Now, is that just your personal to-do list?
It's the list of things that need to be done.
Oh, the stag list.
Oh yes, I hadn't actually considered the extra things that Mark's going to need in the mall. There's quite a lot of stuff in there as well. So yes, that's gonna be a load of other things for me to build, I guess, since I seem to be the one who's in charge of the main bus. But
I mean, you could go and spend 4 hours shooting biters if you wanted.
No, I think I'll probably pass on that. Chat never really appreciates me. Oh, sorry, it never really works very well on the stream because everyone gets frustrated by how bad I am at combat. So I think I'll pass on that one.
What happened, Marc? Wie geht's?
Sehr gut, und selbst?
Yeah, mir geht's gut, danke.
How long till
I like the way that it depends what we're talking about, but it could be a while.
Oh dear. I know I've told Twitch this is a stream in English, so I'm afraid you're going to have to I'm going to have to veto that one.
That's right. I like the way that I said hello to Marc in German, and I just heard a yeah.
Like, what are you doing to my beautiful language?
Something like that.
Although, as we noted in the recap video, Laurence, you tell Marc and I apart because of my beautiful German accent and Marc's beautiful Mancunian accent.
Shut up, Pete. It's occurred to me how the proportions with the videos that play in the intro thing and the stuff I actually do on the channel, the balance between real life and computer games is completely the wrong way around. The intro video is mostly real life stuff, and then my channel is mostly computer games. But never mind, this probably looks a bit cooler. And the cycling video is obviously from before I worked out how to properly stabilize videos. That's all over the place.
What I'm hearing is that your channel advert doesn't actually advertise the main things that you do. It focuses on little things around the edges.
Pretty much, it's all a bit Sir not appearing in this on this YouTube channel.
Yeah. Oh no.
Still, it's better than adverts for miscellaneous web games and things.
Wait, just on a sort of behind the scenes conversation topic, does anyone know if we can add a tag to the channel in the in Discord to basically flag when we're live, when we're not live? Or is it just going to be a manual edit the channel name to be boring?
You mean that the top channel name?
You mean the thing because it now says soon rather than actually live?
No. I mean, we're in a chat called Factorio. One day, guys, in chat, there will be a quiz on this. We're in a voice channel called Factorio. It would be cool if a little red dot appeared next to it or something to indicate that this is live streaming.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
okay.
you can stream to Discord, although I think that's basically done through screen sharing. But that's separate and different to streaming to YouTube or Twitch.
Yeah,
It does say that Laurence is streaming in Discord.
It does. That's true.
Does it, or does it say that I'm going to be streaming soon?
No, it says
you're streaming at the moment.
because you are
because
streaming.
you are.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh yes, so it does.
Yeah, fundamentally, that could be renamed in the same way that the top channel is renamed.
Hey, Ladislav, 194 hours, not bad. We've only just hit 1 day ourselves, so we're somewhere back from a little way behind you, should we say? And we're definitely nowhere near spaceships yet. But we do have a bit of an understanding of what's going to happen when we do get to spaceships, because some of us have played through that bit before. I've just noticed I'm blatantly cheating in that kayaking roll because I was pushing on the bottom of the pool with the with the paddle. That's it. The friend who's made the pool has made it a bit deeper this year, so it's if we do that again, then I won't be able to push off the bottom quite so easily, and I won't bump my head on the bottom either, which is more important.
There are 4 of us, so we might be about halfway to that, to the
Laurence,
194 hours.
I thought I'd gone through the checklist, but it's probably something I've forgotten.
Have you advertised?
No, I haven't. There we go. There is something I've forgotten. Thank you. Yes, I should probably post links in all the Discords to say, hey, everybody, come and watch the stream. So let's go off and try and find a YouTube link first. That's the hardest part. I'm feeling a little bit dopey today, more so than normal before anyone says anything rude. So yeah, I might forget things even more than I normally do. But we'll see how it goes.
A bit dopey, he says. Oh dear.
Fortunately, Mike broke up as he was insulting me then, so I didn't actually hear what he said.
So it was predictable. Let's be honest here.
Why? I assumed it would be.
Oh yeah. Okay, I've just redone my mic. Is that still working for you guys? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think it might have been just because I was jumping around between desktops that it was breaking up so it might have been a my end rather than a your end that was the problem.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean,
there's one YouTube related Discord channel I've joined where I seem to be basically the only person who's posting anything on it, just because whenever I'm about to start a stream, I go through a list of half a dozen of them, just posting on each one saying, hey, I'm doing a stream, and nobody else seems to use that one anymore. So it's just there as a habit.
if it works, yeah.
I don't know if it actually gets me any views, but it's not like it's difficult to post in an additional Discord. It's just one extra paste. Hey, person who has far too many consonants in a row for me to try and pronounce the name. Nicky Vlob. Okay, I did try and it didn't go very well. Welcome to the stream. We shall, yes, be starting fairly soon, as you can clearly see by the numbers ticking down towards an impending doom on the in the bottom corner of the screen there. I have a large bottle of Coke in an attempt to keep myself awake.
I normally take the easy jokes. Does someone else want to touch that one?
Yeah, I know. We're going to end up using it all to make steel.
No, that wasn't the one I was. That was
I know.
definitely not the. I was heading in a whole other direction.
Yeah, I try to be slightly less predictable.
No comment.
I did say slightly. I also said try. Now, if I'm being pedantic.
True. Right. Realised that my to-do list for the session just says stuff, and then I'll work out the details later.
Yeah,
nothing back.
as
Work
previously
out the
mentioned, I was
details
going to say
later.
I've got the 21 things I mentioned earlier, as I mentioned that there are 21 things. However, that doesn't include all of the to-do lists that Marc has assigned me. Or I'm sure there was something else I thought that came up in earlier discussions, and I can't remember what it was. So I guess I'll work through it all and then see how we see if I think of anything else as I'm going along, or if somebody cries out for something. Oh yeah, yes, you can usually get to, well, I found in 0.5 at least, you could generally get all of the resources from planets with zero threat. That said, there was then the changes made to make Vitamelange planets always have biters on them, so that makes that a little bit more dangerous. So you're guaranteed to have to deal with at least one bitery planet, and then, well, we shall see how it goes in with the 0.6 and the Krastorio² changes. We may need to establish some sort of beachheads on other planets and see how that goes. We had some vague ideas about using AAI vehicles to land on a planet and then roll out a load of laser tanks, but we haven't actually got that mod implemented in this particular run, so we won't be doing that. Maybe in a future run. I actually had
the way.
Go on. Okay, I was going to say I actually had the threat the wrong way round on my 0.5 playthrough because I didn't realise you were supposed to go for the space exploration defaults rather than the Factorio defaults because I didn't see that they existed. And thanks to me, they've now made Irondale has now made it a bit more obvious when you're starting a new game that there are different space exploration defaults. so yeah, I ended up with a lot more biters than I was supposed to have. So it took me a bit longer to get off Norvis than it would otherwise have done.
Yeah, it's not everyone who can claim that there had to be a whole update to the mod pack because they couldn't read the default instructions.
Hey, the default instructions weren't very obvious. That's my defense, and I'm sticking to it.
Oh no.
Mm.
That is an interesting question, Ladislav. Are we going to post our blueprints?
I don't know. I mean, I don't really do blueprints. I just sort of build a thing and then copy and paste it, which is sort of blueprints. Right, we're about to start, so we'll talk about this in a moment.
Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration and Krastorio² with Laurence, a long-time fan of space exploration as your host, Marc as the pinnacle of German efficiency and industrial prowess, Tristan as a man who thinks anyone with less than 14,000 hours in game is a noob. He turned up and won't go away.
And we're back. Hello, everyone, once again, and welcome to the stream. So, where am I? Why am I all the way over here? Well, oh yes, I was out here updating, putting in roboports and things last week. I remember now because I've updated the system over here. Thank you, Ladislav. I have mostly have Mike and Tristan to thank for it. They were the voice and the video behind it. So yes, I'd updated this area to actually be bringing in all of the robots and the filters last week. So we've now got air purification happening over here. We've got rather too many filters, but never mind, they'll get used up eventually. And if I remember correctly, there aren't quite enough. Yes, that was one of the things on my to-do list, is to put in another roboport about here. And then after that, well, there's lots and lots of stuff to do. So we'll tackle the things one at a time. So anyway, yes, welcome to the stream. We are, as ever, sponsored by trefoil.be. They are very kindly providing the hosting server for this game. If you need your own hosting server, check them out. Go to trefoil.be/Laurence Plays, or follow the link in the description as is traditional. And thank you for the cheers, Will Red. Much appreciated. So check them out if you need a hosting service for your games, and you'll get 20% off if you use the code Laurence Plays on checkout. So, right, what are we doing here? We'll put in the...
I just started feeling really nauseous, but then I realised it's because I looked at your face cam.
What?
It's a low blow, that one. I apologise. That was harsh.
Why did we invite you?
I don't know. I just turned up and wouldn't go away.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, let's just say there's a reason why I'm the one on Facecam.
Very true, very true.
And I think it's because my name's on the front of the channel. But apart from that... Ooh, this feels a bit stuttery. Is my computer doing so? Firstly, have I left the... yes, no, I haven't left the screenshot mod on this time, so that's good. Have I left something loaded that I shouldn't? Let's have a look. No, it looks okay. Let's hope the computer sorts itself out in a few seconds, because it does. Yeah, it's a little bit stuttery for me, and it doesn't feel like lag. It just feels like my computer's struggling a bit too much. And anyway, right. So that's
as well. That's weird.
That was the first thing on my list. Going over there to set that extra what do you call it? Extra what's the word I'm looking for? Roboport up. Then at some point I'm going to need to extend the bus down here and get it covering the rest, get it over to the other side of this lake, so that I can carry on building other stuff on the bus. Because there's a big long list of things that Marc needs for one of his projects, which is to set up a large quantity of fuel refining and power generation somewhere else. Let's try and do the easy things first, though. One of the things that needs to be done is to go up and fix the set the green circuit production to oh, I've lost a load of bots to go and build some rails. Yeah, I need to limit all of these warehouses up here, because we're making crazy quantities of absolutely everything. So I don't know, where's about half on one of these? Let's assume about there. And then I should be able to paste this onto absolutely everything else like this. And then we should find that all of these are limited. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Are you still getting stuttering?
160 stacks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
same as
a little bit. Yes. And I don't believe our factory has got big enough yet for that to be a cause of it. But if you're all getting it, it's not me. If you're all getting it as well, then it's not just me. I don't know. Do you think it's? I don't know. I could restart the server, but then we'd have to wait a moment or a few before we'd be able to carry on.
how long is a moment off you?
I don't know. I've never restarted the server. Yeah, this is a bit.
When's the last time it was restarted?
That's a good question. I'll see if I can find. I'll have a look and find out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just sort of if it's been a couple of weeks, then it probably is just do a restart as a standard thing.
Yeah, it might be that. How do I? I haven't needed to dip in here to fiddle with the server for a while, because it's just been working. So here we go. Let's have a look at this one. Uptime is 20 days and 10 hours. So it's been about 3 weeks since it was last rebooted.
It's probably due a reboot then.
Yeah, okay. I'll give it a reboot. So we're going to get disconnected. Ooh, I don't know how to make it save. I'll take a save game now, just in case everything goes horribly wrong.
Okay. Well, yeah, let's be honest, we'll have lost a few seconds.
That's okay. I can cope with that. A few seconds. Right, I'm going for a restart. Sorry about this, everyone, but we'll be back as soon as we can. Well, I say we'll be back. We're not going anywhere. It's just the server's going somewhere. So I'll server offline. Server starting up. Oh, thank you, Anima Z. Much appreciated for the subscription. It's the timing is slightly amusing on that, but I appreciate it nonetheless. It's it said this could take a few seconds. Then it said server marked as starting. Now it says could take a few minutes. So we it might be a moment or two before we're ready. Sorry about that.
Worst things have happened. I mean,
Yeah.
we were having a conversation earlier, weren't we? Before we were streaming about. Let's see if I can remember what it was. Oh yeah, it was about core fragment processing.
Oh yes, yeah, because it's what the best way to do that is. So we're going to have, eventually, assuming everything goes as we expect it to, we're going to have lots of different core mining drills on lots of different planets, and they're all going to be obviously producing their own specialized type of core fragments, whether it's oil or holmium or cryonite or whatever. And so there's questions like, well, the first question is, do we process the all of those core fragments on the planets where they've been dug up from, or do we ship them back to Norvis or to another planet and process them there? And if so, well, what's the best place to do it? What's the best way to bring them all in? And do we want to have the and then do we want to try? How do we want to prioritize the different resources that are coming in from different places as well? So sort of
For me, the obvious one is a centralized processing plant. Sorry, I cut you off slightly there. On the basis that way you can, certainly for the delivery cannon phase, that way you only have to worry about delivery cannoning one set of core fragments per planet, rather than all of the ores and, more importantly, the liquids, which are a real pain in the neck.
That's true. The liquids can be voided, but I think we're trying to avoid voiding liquids apart from mineral water. Server appears to be now back up again. Oh, but it's still. Yes, it looks like it's up. So, Mike has got a user verification mismatch, but that's probably a good thing. Could not establish network communication with server. Maybe it's not quite ready yet.
It seems to now be
I'm
ready.
online.
Oh, okay.
Still stuttering. Oh, that might be the downloading.
That might be us joining. Yeah. Yes, Robert. As Tristan says, we have the server is always paused when there's nobody on it. That's strange.
I think it's saved when.
Welcome
you
to
shut
Laurence
the server.
Plays Factorio,
changes
Space
lines.
Exploration and Krastorio² with Laurence, a long-time fan of space exploration, as your host.
Joining it manually
Marc,
seems to be
as the pinnacle of German efficiency and industrial prowess. Tristan, as a man who thinks anyone with less...
Yeah, I'm doing that as well now.
I just clicked continue an extra time and it worked.
Oh, maybe if I clicked it again, it would have been fine. We were just being a little bit impatient. Yeah, so
I've done that 3 or 4 times and it hasn't worked for me.
Okay, just try reconnecting to the.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine now.
Right, yep, I'm in. And yes, I do seem to be pretty much where I was. It is stuttering though, but yeah, as it says, Mike is currently downloading. Yeah, so Norvis is the obvious choice because it's where everything already is. So there's a definite advantage from that. However, Norvis is quite a big planet, so there's a lot of gravity there, so it's going to take quite a lot of extra. It's going to take more fuel in order to leave from Norvis than from a smaller place. That said, if we're going to have a space elevator in the future, then fuel is going to be a bit less of an issue. So potentially it would be all right. Yeah, it's still. Ooh, that was.
Still stuttering,
That's
isn't it?
very laggy. Oh dear. Oh, very very laggy. To the point where I'd sort of call this unplayable. Shall I switch? Shall I host it locally and we'll see if that's any better? It's not a very good advert for the sponsor, is it? Oh dear. I shall drop them a message to see if we can find out what's going on. But are we all laggy? It's not just me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay, I'll disconnect and I'll load my save up and host it locally. Nope, not single player, multiplayer.
Welcome.
Back over here. Right. Who's save game? That one. The password is the same as it was before. Does that help everyone? Does everyone know? Does everyone know what that is? So actually, no, I don't know if it is the same as what. It won't be. No, it'll be the same as last time I was hosting a server, which isn't this one. So let me just find that.
Is it the password which is
pinned in
our specialist area of the Discord?
It is now. It wasn't. It probably wasn't before. Right, that should now work. Okay, you should hopefully be able to join now.
Don't see it yet.
I don't see it.
it should
There
appear
we go.
as
It's appeared.
okay. Well, I don't have any lag now, but
Now you might, because
Tristan
we'll
is
have 3
joining.
people joining.
That's good.
And using that password. Yep, that's right.
Yep, and Mike and Mark. There we go. Good. Everyone is now downloading
Don't
the
tell them
map.
what it is, Mike.
You mean 1, 2, 3, 4 ABC, which is more secure than Laurence's usual, which is just 1, 2, 3, 4.
Don't tell them, Pike. Yes, the old ones. Right. Hopefully, we will now actually have a stream. So one of the things I discovered when I was messing around making the video is that the core mining stopped running. Now this is probably about 45 minutes on from where we are now, because I don't save after I've made the video. I'll build the video from a save taken at the end of the stream, and then go
I
on.
already fixed it on the server.
And then
Oh, yeah.
that has been who fixed this? What did you? Oh, you've already done this, have you, Mark? Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, cool. So that's another of the things off my to-do list has already been accomplished, and we don't have an oil drop-off station down here anymore. That was another thing I needed to check. There's a couple of rogue pipes down. Oh, that's the lube being taken down there. Okay, good. Right, let's get back over to my to-do list. So, I was going to upgrade the green circuit production to use red belts, because at the moment when this is running flat out, you'll see here these belts here aren't actually feeding anything out. So what I want to do is run the upgrade planner down here, across here, and here, and here, and up. Basically upgrade all of these ones that run down the middle, the ones that take the green circuits away, to red belts, because they're not currently fast enough. Which is interesting, because I'm surprised this system is. Oh, I suppose there's two belts of copper going in, and then only one belt of red circuits coming out, of green circuits coming out. Now, I notice I've upgraded these inserters as well, but never mind. I don't actually care about that. Actually, I don't know if we're making green inserters. I guess we'll find out later. Okay, so that was on the list. Upgrade oil production from oil output from core mining has been dealt with. Prioritize the oil inputs to big oil. I'm not going to worry about that one for now. We do need to make sure that we're picking up the oil from core mining from here, and make sure it's all being taken away over to big oil over here. But that said, we've got a bit of a shortage of oil anyway, so I don't think that's a problem. Third roboport and eastern wall, I've done that. Buffer some repair packs in the red chest where they're made. Oh yes, that's down somewhere. Well, I can find it by following the belt from the station, which is this one. So down here, I want to program this. So get a cable like so. I can hook up that to there, and I want to tell this one that if connected to circuit network enabled and disabled, enabled if repair packs, which would be in here, there we go, it only be enabled if repair packs is greater than 100. And if I remember correctly, this one is set to insert until there's 150 in there, so we won't get a sort of a problem with those two. However, the supply of repair packs that are being taken up to the station for the outpost trains will now stop until we've built up a bit of a buffer in there. Morning, Ave. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much. Yes, it's yet another year older, I'm afraid. But oh well, I refuse to act it, so that's probably all right. One of the things on my list was to calculate how much petroleum is produced per crude oil for each of the processing recipes. I did that in the video actually, so I don't need to do it again. But it basically comes down to, until we get a decent amount of productivity modules in there, we're actually better off over here using the petroleum recipe, this oil processing recipe, rather than either of these. If we want petroleum, this one produces more petroleum per crude than these do, even without taking the cracking into account. So this having the mix of them like this is good, and just using up the excess here and where. Unbalanced tank setups. Which unbalanced tank setup was that?
That was the oil station.
Yes. Now that's been Marc has also fixed that now. So we've got the pipes coming through here. So these will be kept balanced and then feed through into here. And there's a pump there they'll push it more into this side. But that probably doesn't really matter. It just means that some of the oil will flow all the way around here. But I think we don't really care about that. That's not really a problem. So that was on the list. Stone mines is the next thing. I'm gonna pause on that one because that's quite a big thing. It's going to take a while. Limit green circuit production, balancer warehouses, done that, and the station warehouses. Air purification everywhere. That's another big one, so I'm going to wait for that. Lube to the bus. So we're waiting for, at some point, Tristan will put in a lube station around here, and then we can get lube onto the bus. For now, that's another long thing, and that's going to be his job, I think. And once he's done that,
Yep.
we can then rip up all of, where is it? Here, all of this stuff, because it won't be needed anymore. Lube ore drop station, that's done. Remaining oil process, yeah. Missing belts bringing smelter out of silicon out of the smeltery. That's over here. That's, well, next time Mike flies past here, he'll go, my bots are doing stuff, and it'll fix it. So that's good. That's done. Boom. Stop making the yellow sniper ammo until we've used up the buffer. That's going to be down here somewhere. Where are we doing ammunition? Here we're doing ammunition. So this one here, yeah, we want to. So what I wanted to do was link. What was it? This one to there, and tell this one to only be enabled when the, where is it? It's ammunition, sniper ammunition. Yeah, that one is equal to 0, I guess. So when this chest finally empty, so when we've used up all of this ammunition, making the sniper ammunition, making the red sniper ammunition, then this will start working again to pass it across from there. But until then, we're going to use up this one because there's no point in keeping it, and there's no point in making more in here until we've got rid of all of that. The next thing on my list is yellow science. So that is also going to be a big job, so I'm not going to do that yet. Okay, so now I think probably the next thing to do is now to ignore my to-do list and start working on the to-do list that Marc has assigned to me. So which I suppose is kind of my to-do list as well, but only in a slightly different way. So he wants me. So one of the things we need, we reckon we need, is an enormous quantity of power, because everything uses lots and lots of power. And we've learnt that there is a system for producing free power, which involves enormous quantities of basically producing enormous quantities of bioethanol or biomethanol, I forget which it was, and you do that by growing trees and then processing them probably in a chemical plant or something like that, and it'll then build that into it'll then make that into a fuel that you can burn in a gas turbine generator, and that'll produce electricity from nothing but water. So we want to have an enormous.
Madman in Discord for that.
It was, yes, we have him to thank for it. So thank you, Madman, if you're on the stream, and if you're not, you should be. Why aren't you on the stream? So yes, thank you for the suggestion. We'll be starting to work on that. But in order to do that, Marc would like me to build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different types of big pipe, and substations and electric boilers, huge storage tanks, and steam turbines. So that's probably going to be my first job over here. So let's have a look at what we need for the big pipes and see if I just search for pipe. It's not the steel pipes. It's not those. What are they? Are they called something different? Ducts, they're called. So he wants small straight ducts. He wants underground ducts. He wants mallards. No, it's a different type of duct. Cross ducts, intake ducts, and exhausted ducts.
A lot of ducks.
Point, I say.
Oh, it's just so the small straight duct is just made out of iron. The big straight duct is not a thing I can click on for some reason. That's weird. I can't. It has no recipe apparently. Same with
No, I think the from building it, the big one just auto generates when you connect the small ones.
Cool. The underground is just a massive quantity of iron. The T junction is just a little bit of iron. The curved one is just they're all just iron. This looks pretty straightforward. Non-return duct. Non-return takes some gears. The intake that's a non-return again. Click on the right thing, Laurence. Oh, the intake and the exhaust take multi-cylinder engines and pipes and steel. Okay, so let's do the easy ones first. So we'll put in one of these about here. That should give me space. Yes, the ducts are basically massive pipes that have much higher throughput. They're one of the recommended mods for Krastorio². So whilst we generally don't believe in having lots and lots of mods to make the game easier, mods that are actually actively recommended by the mod pack we feel are perfectly justifiable. And I don't have any assembly machines, and there's no roboports out here yet. Let's try and fix all of this. And I don't have any landfill. I'm going to go and get some landfill and probably upset Tristan because I know he wants quite a lot of it as well, but I kind of need it for this as well. So hopefully
I'm
it won't
planning
mind
on
too much.
changing my tactic and
Oh,
not
good. Can
using
you
a
dig
lot.
up all that landfill you used for reuse?
I'm going to use it long term, but I'm putting other ones in
Okay.
first.
Yeah, Rui, we yes, for Krastorio² and space exploration it's great if you looked at space exploration and thought that's not really complicated enough in the early game. I want something a bit more difficult. Then yeah, at that point you'll find that adding in Krastorio² is perfect. Yeah, space exploration is great fun. It's a fantastic mod. I very very strongly recommend it. If you played through vanilla Factorio, you've got a good understanding of mega bases and stuff like that, and you want something a bit more, and you basically just want more of it and things that are a bit more challenging. You want the game to go on for a lot longer and carrying on, just sort of ramping up the difficulty all the way through. Yeah, then it's great. I heartily recommend it. Yes. So yes, it's great. Why can I not? Oh, what do I do? Is it click on that and then it'll give me landfill? No, it isn't. Yeah, I very strongly recommend it. It's fantastic mod pack, and you'll probably really enjoy it. Rubber ports. No, it's put them there actually, and not there.
You're polluting a lot there, Mark.
How do you?
Just flying around.
What's he flying around with that's so polluty?
Jetpack.
It produces a significant visible amount of pollution, does it? Wow.
I don't know if it produces a lot of pollution, but it produces a lot of smoke.
Oh, okay. That's
He was near me.
Different, but I mean, it may well do. I noticed that trains produce a lot of smoke now, and I don't remember them doing that before. I don't remember the trains being polluted before. I've just had a random thought. So you know, in I did have a random thought. It seems to have escaped though. I'm a little bit tired today. I do apologise if it makes me even less coherent than normal. So you know how you can put the big space pylons down on essentially on nothing. This isn't going to work. In deep space, they can just sit there. Do you think you can put them down on water as well? Because I've never tried that.
Oh, I don't know.
I expect not, but I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense to be able to put them on water, but then does it make sense to have them floating in deep space? I'm not sure.
They're held up by the cables.
There aren't any cables. No, there aren't any cables, are there? On the big... I don't know, actually. Actually, there should be, shouldn't there?
Well, if you're connecting it to anything, there are.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, there should be. Oop, that's a bit more than I needed. Oh, the pylons don't have quite the same range as the roboports. I was sort of hoping that would. Why am I making this so difficult? Okay, I'm going to need to use more landfill for this. Right, there we go. Now I can have robots all the way over here, so this is going to make things a little bit easier. Oh, okay. Thank you, Peter. Space pylons cannot be placed on water. You heard it here second. Right, and now I want to have some assembly machines. There's been here assembly machine. There they are, assembly machines. Yeah, let's have 50 of them is a good number. But let's copy one and just put it down here so I can carry on working. Okay, so over here, what are we making? We're making all of the different types of pipes. So that means we're going to also need a large number of these passive providers. Let's switch over to navsat mode, and then I can just get the robots to build absolutely everything for me. This will be much easier. And there's quite a lot of different types of pipes, and then there'll also be all of the. Yeah, I assume the turret's getting damaged is your doings, Mike.
Yeah,
it usually is. Oh, that was the other thing I realised I hadn't done. Is limiting the total number of somethings being built, accumulators being built, because I forgot to, and so we've got lots of them. Right, so I can't do anything else until those actually get built, so we can wait. And that'll do. Right.
Do we have any landfill left? I need like, I don't know.
I've got 26,
50 or something.
which I don't need right now.
I'll fly to the landfill maker and grab what's there.
So that's that one. Come on, bots, hurry up.
Yeah, 51, that's enough.
So it's big ducts, underground ducts.
There's another 19 up there, Mark.
T-ducts.
Oh, perfect.
And curved ducts. And I need
Making it as efficiently as possible out of stone.
I've not got any. I've got one of those. Is making it out of stone more efficient than making it out of other things?
Yeah, you turn it into sand and then use water.
Oh, okay. Who'd have thought we'd get to the point where we're trying to make landfill as efficiently as possible?
At Tristan, I'm trying to connect the stone fields down here. Is it okay for the train line here? Or do you object?
Is that on the chunk thing?
No.
So now I'm doing the normal thing where you go
Probably
and you link all of your inserters to the logistics network and then tell the system to stop passing stuff through when there's a certain amount of whatever it is that's made on the logistics network. And that means this is better than linking it up to the normal system. Oops, that would have to be not less than 0. Better than linking it up to the normal. Link it directly to the chest, as I used to sort of traditionally do, because this way it takes into account any that are elsewhere in the logistics network in other storage systems. Curved pipes. Let's make 50 of those as well.
I'll build the miners, and you just point me where you want the station to connect.
Okay.
Link in the cross ducts as well. That's that one.
It'd be a lot of landfill to put it coming down from the north.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good start. So we're now making all of the. Thank you, Levin. Thanks for the subscribe, much appreciated. We're now making all of the basic ducts, but not the powered ones yet. So those are still coming. Yes, Krastorio² does affect the Krastorio² does affect the space exploration game a lot, early on especially. From what I've gathered, and we haven't got to that stage yet, so take this with a pinch of salt and stuff. But from what I've gathered, the early game is made massively more complicated, but the later game is not affected quite so much, as long as you take into account the fact that you've had to put together all of this extra infrastructure in order to make all of the early game stuff that you're still going to be using later game. So most of the alterations to the basic early on stuff is what I'm trying to say. Later on, it's not quite so affected. Non-return ducts. Yeah, I'll make those as well, just for in the interest of completeness, because they're easy. Does anything else require gears? No, these require completely different things, except they require pipes, and that's still iron. So okay, we'll have another machine up here that's going to make the pipes. So you are to make gears, and that means you can then make the non-return ducts, and then we'll extend that up there a little bit more. Boom, boom, and one in there as well, and outputs there, and a pass through there, and then we'll need a red chest there. And this is, once again, link it to the logistics network, and we'll say we don't want to have more than 50 of these as well. So 50, when there's less than 50, it works. When there is more than 50, it doesn't. Simple. And then from that, we'll run that back down there like that. So that'll fill up with pipes eventually. We're probably going to run out of iron on. Actually, we haven't run out of iron on this belt. It is keeping up. We're the single belt throughput does seem to be enough. Then there's two things we need to make off here. No, I'll put that there, and that's the other two things: the duct intake and the duct extake, or exhaust, as it actually is called. So I'm going to need to bring in steel and big engines for this one as well. So they can come up a belt here, and then we'll have another two of these here, and once again, boom, 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 and red inserters for this as well, but to take the pipes in. We're going to need power for all of this. Yeah, put it there, sure. No, don't. Well, we won't put it there because that doesn't work. guess I'll put it there because that does work. Right, so this is, as I said, this is engines and it's in the wrong place. This is engines and steel. Steel is, well, actually both of them are just simply on the bus. Problem is, I don't know if that part of the bus is all the way over here. What are you? No, you're heat shield tiles. I'm going to have to use these 26 tile. Is that? No, it's little engines. Let's use the map view. There's steel, so that's going to need to come through here, and I'm going to need more landfill. How much landfill have we made?
Not as much as you want.
Nope,
I have
nope, so
71 currently. If you
just
need
used
it.
it all up. Where are big engines? It must be back here somewhere. Oh, here they. No, that's automation cores. This reminds me of what I was complaining about with Dyson Sphere program, where everything looks the same. What do you know? That's rare metal. So they've just not been brought along here at all.
Ah, I see you added the green and red lines to the power poles.
Oh, there we go.
Literally
Now I
doing
can
that
actually
right
see.
now.
It's a bit brighter.
Don't worry, Laurence. You may be complaining about this that they haven't done it the same as Wood.
Words are
It's
hard.
the same as Dyson Sphere program in that you can't tell the difference. I'm complaining that the keys aren't down the same as they are in Minecraft.
Oh, they're all the way. They are already all the way over here. I just couldn't see them for some reason because I'm blind and or unobservant or who knows. All right.
You unobservant?
Apparently, I was surprised. I hadn't noticed.
Heyo.
Oh, it's in the completely wrong place. Let's put that there like that. That's better. I can always rely on Mark to be my... no, Mike. Oh dear, I'm doing it already. I can always rely on Mike to be my straight man and point out when I've made a terrible joke.
Yep.
You know what? I'm going to do one of the things I don't like doing and just that. There we go. That's reduced the need for landfill. Yeah, I know what you mean. I've sort of forgotten what vanilla's like as well. As oftentimes I'll say vanilla when I'm referring to what something's like in just space exploration as opposed to space exploration with Krastorio 2 because I've been playing that for the last 2 years. So in my mind, that's basically vanilla now. I mean, I'm aware that's technically wrong, but only technically.
Oh.
There we go. Splat. Well done. Was it? You've got lots of turrets there to back you up. I mean, that was just clumsy.
Did you follow my suggestion and take the shelter out?
No. So then all of you should spawn at the shelter as well.
I think we can. Oh, I don't know how shelters work actually. I was going to say I think we can. Can we not have separate shelters? But I actually don't know.
You can only have one shelter per service.
Oh, okay.
But you might be able to say respawn at spawn point versus respawn at shelter.
True.
I don't know.
Also, the
taking
rest
it
of us are a
this
bit
time.
less likely to die.
Hey. That's what you think right now.
It's...
We got plans for you, boyo.
Oh dear.
Laurence, do you need landfill?
I sort of botched it with underground belts instead, so I'm sort of okay. I would like to fill that area in at some point properly, and there's going to be another chunk of bust I'm going to want to bring over at some point, but at the moment it's not crisis level. I can confirm, however, that I've now made all of the big pipe parts that you asked for, and a couple of others besides. I've gone for 100 pieces of normal straight pipe and 50 of everything else. So, if you'd like those numbers to be different, I can tweak them, but that's what I've gone for now.
No, that's okay.
So that's all the big pipe stuff: substations and electric boilers, huge storage tanks, and steam turbines. Let's have a look at the recipes and see if any of them are remotely similar, like if they take steel and big engines. Why am I looking in my inventory? That's
while you are at pipes and stuff, we want the huge storage tanks as well. I don't know.
That's what I was just looking at.
Listen, I just watched a train go into the oil drop-off.
Steel beam, steel pipe, steel
oil
plate.
Whatever this oil is here that I'm standing by. Pick up. Oh, no, never mind. Ignore me.
You said see a train turn up, fill up with oil, and then leave.
Well, it stopped for about 2 seconds. It wasn't even 2 seconds. It just turned up and went straight off again without stopping properly. And the train was still full, but that explains why it went straight away at pickup, because it was full.
Right, I'm sort of assuming that steel pipes and steel beams are just made out of steel, because that feels like it makes sense. if I'm wrong, I shall feel slightly silly. Yes, that's just steel, and then steel pipes will be in here. Steel pipes. Yes. Oh, that's good. It would have been unfortunate if it required some other weird ingredient, but now I can pull all those through to there, that to there. Right, that's huge tanks. Although that still needs programming. So I want huge tanks. That's that one. We'll make 30 of those because they're probably going to be fairly expensive. So it's huge stanks. Yes. Steam turbines, electric boilers, and substations. Turbine. Steam turbine is okay. It's lots of things. Pipes. Now I am making pipes here, and iron gears here. So I could probably maybe I could squeeze that in there. There's going to need to be a slightly longer, complicated system to get them over to here, but that's not too bad. Then small electric motors and copper plates are coming in on the bus. I just need to make steam engines, which is more iron gears. Okay, let's put them on the... I was going to say let's put them on this belt, but that's kind of in the wrong place. I didn't really plan this. Can you tell? Right, let's...
Mark and Tristan, I'm going to be requesting walls here and here shortly.
So that's to make the steam engines. Oh, that's not too bad actually. Yeah, that'll do. It's a bit spaghetti, but everyone likes a spaghetti, right? It's like a slinky. Everyone loves a slinky, apparently. What's the saying?
There are people that like slinkies. Absolutely useless, but great fun to push downstairs.
There we go. I was trying to remember that one myself, and I was just. But you can't help but smile when you see one tumble down the stairs. It's slightly less actively violent there. You're just sort of enjoying their suffering rather than causing their suffering.
Well, you know.
Feels very weird to me that turbines require steam engines in such large quantities as well. Okay, so pipes as well. Cogs, pipes, gears, and copper. Right, so we're going to need the iron round here for this one. This is going to be spaghetti. Hey, Messe, welcome. And I saw Peter's message saying boo, and I've now completely forgotten what it was about because it was ages ago. Sorry about that. I didn't respond to it because I was easily distracted. Bigger patches of everything. Yeah, I don't know. We're traditionalists. We like to play on default settings. Small motors and copper. Right.
We're traditionalists, and we have been for a very long time.
Yes, that seems entirely reasonable.
Where's my body? Oh, please tell me it hasn't just spawned. There it is.
Right, where are the small engines? Hang on, was that small engines or small? No, it was small electric engines for both of these, wasn't it? Yeah, small electric motor, small electric motor. I mean, that makes sense for a generator. Oh, there's an irony there. It was me being unobservant that led to Peter booing. So, and I didn't notice because I was unobservant. Oh dear. Oh, I'm sorry. One day I'll learn to do this streaming malarkey properly. Probably. Are you pressing something to doubt there, Mike?
I was going to, and then I realised that stopping shooting at the thing trying to eat my face might be another death marker.
And you can't shoot and fire insults at the same time.
Hey yo.
Actually, we're going to need an underground in here as well, like this. Right, that should be everything for that. Then we need an output here and yet another red chest. And we'll say, oh, I know what turbines are like. Let's have 100 of them. I think 100 turbines enough, probably. We'll see how it goes.
We need 240 to be exact for the CME.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'll make 200. I'll limit it to 250 then. That is a several. Then you can just request them all, and then we'll just have a load more next time we need something. Where are the motors? Oh, they are on their way through. Okay. Right, is that everything? Big pipes, yes. No, substations, I haven't done substations yet. Electric boilers, no, I've not done them either. Huge storage tank, yes. Steam turbines. So it's electric boilers and substations, which require substations should be. No, substations will be in here because they're a type of pylon. That one,
Tristan,
copper cable, red
Yep.
circuit, steel beams,
which
and concrete. Great. That's lots of
pickup
things.
station do you
What
want
about an
me to
electric
copy?
boiler?
One that's got warehouses.
Pipe, heat shielding, steel, and copper.
Copper mine to the east.
I mean, that's most of the stuff is here.
Yeah,
Pipe,
don't tell Laurence, but that seems reasonable.
steel, and copper. What? I wasn't listening. I suddenly feel like I should have been.
Yep, you're lost.
No. It's a bit more. It was a bit more than 2 steam engines, wasn't it? Oh no, it's 2 steam engines. I misread. Because where do you put? I suppose it's because where do you put them when you have a machine that is the same size as the previous one or similar in size to the previous one, and then it says actually yes, but you need to put 20 of them in there to make it. You go, hang on a minute. Something funny going on here. Hello, Ratchet. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Heat shields, pump them in up here, and then through here. Oh, another pylon. Like that. And then we have another output here, and I forget what I was making here. Oh, this is going to be the electric boilers, wasn't it? Yeah, that one. Yep, that looks pretty good. It's filling up with all the stuff I expect it to have. So we'll tell this one to connect and only output when there are fewer than 100 electric boilers. Whatever. It probably doesn't really matter. It's one of those things where it's about the throughput is a lot more important than the total that you make. So as long as there's a supply of them available and it's a reasonably good number reasonably good number available, that's probably okay. Yeah, true. You can fit an enormous quantity of nuclear reactors and railway locomotives and other stuff in your pocket. I like to assume that everything is made by IKEA and therefore it flat packs down very neatly, and that's how you manage to fit it all in your pockets. That's yes. Yeah, it probably would make more sense if you had to put down the request and then a logistics bot or a construction bot would fly it out and place it. But it'll be a gameplay sort of thing. But maybe that would make sense for the buildings if you had to sort of put them down, and then maybe it'd be like you could have it like in the Warcraft games where your peons then come along and just go bump 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 and build the machine for you over time, and you eventually end up with the machine built there, and they're just flying backwards and forwards carrying all the components. But it wouldn't be so good for gameplay. So. I think it's one of those acceptable breaks from reality. I'm quite pleased with how compact that's turned out to be, even if there is a little bit of spaghetti going on in the process. So the other thing was the substation. Substations were surprisingly complicated. So copper, red circuit, steel beams, and concrete. Now, I mean, that is just bring in 4 different things, and there's only two processes required. So it's a lot of stuff off the bus, but it just feels like a lot of different things. So,
Maybe build those where we do the other power stuff.
I could do. That's a good point because the other power stuff does require concrete in this with Krastorio, doesn't it? So yeah, that makes sense. All right, I'll do that. The bots are bringing stuff to me at the moment, so I don't like to fly off when the bots are bringing me stuff because it feels rude. I'm assuming that Dragon Ball capsules are like Pokemon capsules, and you can that makes a sort of sense. Yes, I can see that. Have we got a limit on here now? No, we haven't. This was the other thing I wanted to do. What do we think is a good number of accumulators to accumulate?
7.
Like 1 row, 500.
Okay. This does seem to be keeping up, which is interesting. How's that? Oh, it's putting them onto there. Right, okay. I couldn't read my own spaghetti. I have to admit, I've never really been into Pokemon either, but I've sort of learned a bit about it through cultural osmosis. sort of random background knowledge as you acquire over time. Right, let's see what that looks like iron girders rather than steel ones, but there is a supply of steel here, so we're going to need to spaghetti this up here as well because we need the concrete and we need. Oh no, there's steel girders. That's all right, but we're going to need this concrete up there as well. But that's not going to be too spaghetti. Well, it's going to be about 5 spaghetti, which is within acceptable levels of spaghetti. It is slightly more than 2 spaghetti, but it is still achievable. Oh no, we need red circuits as well. Bah, we haven't got everything we need here. We've got most of it though, so it could be worse. Probably.
We have our first stone mining up and running.
Ooh, nice.
Awesome.
Have you put in pollution stuff around it as well?
That's next.
Cool. I'm just aware of how much pollution everything else is producing. Okay, I haven't actually played. That's right, Joey. We're accumulating the accumulators in the accumulator. It's semantic satiation is a valuable thing. Yeah, I think the having the things in your inventory like that does work quite nicely. It's acceptable breaks from reality from a game. It's like when you're watching a Marvel film, you don't take it too seriously how they're doing exactly what they're doing. Because it's not going to exactly make sense, but it's good enough to you can suspend your disbelief reasonably well. I suppose it's a bit like that. Right, so what are you missing? You're just missing red circuits, aren't you? Yes, you are. And I think I ran red. Yes, I did run red circuits backwards along the bus, but it's coming out all the way over here, which isn't helpful. So instead, I'm going to need to find a way to spaghetti it up to here. Now there's a nice big gap here actually. Let's bring it up here next to these green circuits that are coming up. That'd be a good place, and it's easy to spot then as well. So this is probably going in the opposite direction. So we want to insert a splitter there. Yeah, that does look right. And then underground like this, and then this. Nope. Close, but so close yet so far. Right, bring it through there, and across there, and we can whack some power, some in there. Right, there we go. What sort of music? Mostly sort of classic rock type music, to be honest. I'm happy to listen to most types of music as long as it's actually music. And what's the word? My rule of thumb for telling whether something is music is if you can hum it or whistle it, and somebody else who knows that tune or knows that track would recognise it, then it probably counts as music. Because that gets stuff like classical music, which is definitely music. It gets rock music, but it doesn't get rap, which isn't music. It's sort of it's basically poetry, isn't it? So it's something completely. So it's not actually music. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Right, that's accumulated.
Describing, to quote Family Guy, describing rap artists as poets is cut to William Wordsworth saying, "I'm not saying she's a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no. Who ain't she messing with?"
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's like, yeah, but then if I said there was a young lady called Bright who could travel much faster than light, she left one day in a relative way and returned the previous night, that's technically poetry. It's not exactly, but it's not exactly highbrow poetry, but it is still technically poetry.
I mean, yeah, and in fairness, when I produced the Wordsworth example for rap to my wife who studied English at Cambridge University, she got very, very cross with me.
There was a young lady from Clyde who ate lots of apples, then died. The apples fermented inside the lamented and made cider inside.
Words.
Many of them.
Oh, this is not good.
Right, that's Marc's. Right, I've done Marc's to-do list, and Marc is doing my to-do list. So that's going quite well. Where is he?
Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
Yes. Yep, that was pretty much how I was thinking the air purification should be done down there. That makes a lot of sense to just loop it off that belt. In fact, I suspect we're going to do a fair amount of that everywhere we can. So, Doom Eternal music, maybe. I don't know. I wonder, maybe I should see if I can get away with using the music from the original Doom's E1M1 because that's a classic tune that anyone who's about my sort of age will probably recognise. Well, anyone who's a massive nerd of my sort of age will probably recognise. So that's right. That's all of the small and medium tasks done. Marc has, as we can see here, done one of the big tasks. That's setting up a stone mine there. We should possibly consider setting up a second stone mine, because I do remember there being another stone patch. I'm just trying to remember where it was, because we do seem to need quite a lot of stone. I don't know. Oh, there it is. I don't know whether we need quite a lot of stone because we've had a massive stone shortage, and therefore having one mine that's actually bringing in a decent amount of it will be plenty, or whether we just have a terrible, terrible supply of stone. It's going to be awful.
Would someone like to run a blueprint train with anything else out to the 2 wall areas that I pinged for? Because that's now ready to be walled off.
And do.
Yes,
one
the
going
ducts are
partway.
indeed from the Fluids Must Flow mod, so that's where we've got the big fat pipes from. Oh, I remember something else I was planning to do, and I should just be able to do this. There's a friendly biter in the base still. I've just found it again. I went, what's that doing there? Yes, what I want to do is I want an upgrade planner, and I want to tell it to upgrade from normal radars to exciting radars. And I'm just going to drag that across. Well, I'm going to drag it across the entire mall area because that's easy. Because we've got bots in there, and then I'll probably drag it over anywhere else that looks easy as well.
I think the ducts mod was recommended by Krastorio and not by Space Exploration.
Yes, you're right. Yes, you're quite right. Yes, so yes, it's a recommended. Krastorio and Space Exploration both have their own list of recommended mods to have with them, and we just went through and went, all right, we'll have them all because apparently that's the recommended or the expected experience. Don't know how many of those radars have actually. There's a load of biomatter being brought in from somewhere. Oh, it's being unloaded from Mike. That's why. I'm sure I've got. I'm sure I set the advanced radars being built somewhere, but I have no idea where it was. Oh, here it is. Or is that normal radars? No, that is advanced radars. Okay, so the radars probably will be upgraded.
I would build the free power along this line, or do you plan to extend the smeltery more to the west as well?
I don't think it's going to go much further west at this point.
Not until we start bringing in exotic metals and things, and then we're probably going to want to do that separately, I think.
What about up here?
Oh yeah, sure.
Just as an idea, it's a bit further out of the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you just trying to make him build the railway line for you?
I was genuine. I was going to go and do that.
I can do that.
Just more thinking about where logically it could go.
Because we're never going to need any supplies taking out there, because it's all going to be completely self-contained. So it doesn't even need a railway link. All it needs is a power link. It could be put anywhere. And in fact, given they're relatively small and modular, we could just drop them in to fill in any sort of little gaps there are in the base, that just where we could feel there's nothing else that could fit in there.
Is this where we ask Marc to redesign it so it fits in between the railway lines?
And then halfway through that process, we move the railway lines one block closer together.
Yes, Mike. My chair is indeed a Marcus. It's very, very comfortable. Much better than any of the ones in any of the offices I've ever worked in. So I'm very happy with it. Yeah, I've never used the big pipes before because this is the first mod pack I've played that's recommended them. So we'll see what they're like. I mean, I have in the past run into fluid problems because it's always a massive headache. So yeah, I think that could be quite useful. And yeah, okay, I didn't know off the top of my head that the K2 dev was or the lead K2 dev was the Fluid Must Flow dev as well. That makes sense. Recommendation for planets with low solar power and with water. Depends where you are in the game. If you're late on in the game, then the best way to do it is to use beam power from the solar panels you put in orbit around your sun. If you haven't quite got to that point yet, Probably small nuclear plants, to be honest. That's what I did in my previous run. I didn't really use solar very much until I had very, very high levels of it available by basically going via beam power. We're not just playing space exploration reliant, we're also playing Krastorio², so it makes it a little bit more complicated, but also potentially more interesting and a lot more of a headache. We shall see. I'm surprised I haven't got radar coverage of this area. I was hoping that going through and telling the game to upgrade automatically upgrade all of my radars would have given me a bit of extra view range, but I've actually no idea where the radar. Oh, there's one. Is that going to be inside a Roboport coverage area? No, that's why none of them have been upgraded. Right, let's go and get some and do it myself then. So if you want something doing, you need to do it yourself. And I think it's those there, yes. So I'll take half a stack of those. Let's go and upgrade some radars. Yeah, the free water, the biomethanol power generation thing feels a little bit cheap, but actually it takes quite a lot of setup. So I think it's fairly balanced in a sort of is an equivalent to generating power from. Did I just run out of rocket fuel? I did. Oops. It's quite balanced when you compare it to solar in that it takes up more space, but it also but it produces a bit more. But it takes up less space, produce the same amount of power, but is a bit more complicated to set up. So that seems like a reasonable balance to me. Let's order some processed fuel so that doesn't happen again.
By the way, if you didn't notice, I enabled the scanning Novus surface.
I did notice that actually. I was wondering if it was what was causing the lag, but I don't think it was. Why is there a shortage of big electric motors? Yeah, exactly. It's sort of yes, turning trees into fuel like that is just solar power with more steps, as they say. So it makes perfect sense. Why have these all stopped? Oh, is this yes, this is lube, right? The lube production has stopped. I assume this is a known thing because we've stopped producing it in the old oil processing area, and now we're just waiting for Tristan to build a station that will bring it in. No, we've got full lube.
No.
Somebody must have broken the pipe. Comes down here. Bit
Somewhere
of a
around
wiggle.
here.
It's on the main bus. On the.
Oh, there's a breakdown. I found a pipe with 0 lube in it.
Yeah.
Are those going to link up now? Or is that too? Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, that was good. I just noticed we were short on the big electric motors and traced it back to there. We're still on our first planet, Reliant, because we've only been playing for 27 hours. So we've launched some satellite rockets, but we haven't launched any cargo rockets yet. So we've discovered some places. So we've discovered Area, we've discovered Cletus Asteroid Belt 1, and we've discovered Norvis Orbit, of course. But so far we haven't actually left the planet yet. So far, I've not been bitten by the radioactivity. We did send Mike to go out and scout what happened, to find out what happens when you go and stand in it, and so he's taken a little bit of damage from radioactivity, but I don't think anyone else has yet. Right, what's next? Probably is going to be yellow science now for me, isn't it? Why is there no processed fuel in the in the supply system?
You can request rocket fuel.
I can request rocket fuel. That's a good idea.
Yeah,
I'll
just put a few bits there.
Yeah, of course, because we've got. I sort of forgot we got rocket fuel. It doesn't seem quite right, but
So anybody connect the? You could finish the rocket fuel station at the rocket silo.
Yeah, I suppose that's a good idea. I have to walk all the way up. Oh no, I don't have to walk actually. I've got the Spider-Man gun.
There is now processed fuel in a red chest.
Okay, thank you.
Because it might as well be.
How big is the rocket fuel train? Is it a 1-2?
I think it's a 2-4.
A 1-2, 1-2.
Yeah, 1-2, 1-2.
A 1, 2, 3, 4. How do I do it? How do I do a drop-off station? Sorry, I was too busy being silly. I forgot what you said. It is 1-2. Right, okay.
No, it actually is just a 1-2.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's on the wrong side. These are all pickups. There isn't a nice one to copy that's the right way around. Oh well. Actually, it doesn't really matter. I can just copy some of this like that. That'll be about right. And then over here, place it down like that. Don't need this underground belt. Is a rocket fuel train fueled at the other end?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. And I don't think we're going to need more than more than a belt's worth of fuel coming out of here for given this just for the this thing. What do you mean? Just given it's just for the satellite rockets. There's a satellite rocket waiting to launch. Oops. Why are you waiting to launch?
Shouldn't we have enough of the output?
Oh yes, because we need a we need an exerter doing that, taking it away. There we go. Now we'll probably launch another rocket. And so bringing in the fuels. That's this belt here. Is that the only thing? Yes, that's the only thing that goes on this belt. That one. So we might as well carry on using the fuel that comes from over here. Or to be honest, I could probably rip all of this up now that we're going to have a better supply of fuel coming in, but I'll leave it for now. Can I take... No, there isn't any rocket fuel in there to take. It sucks. Oh, it's all going in here, that's why. There we go. Now I can fly again. That's better. Oh, are we outside the bottom area? We are outside the bot area. Let's put one of these in over here then. Like that. Yeah, that should do. It's going to need power as well. Because everything needs power. Okay. I'll get this built up. Now I need to think about how to wire these up. So I want to say, presumably that's set to, right, I need to wire it into the control system. So we put down a decider combinator, blip, and we link the warehouses into the input and then an output to there, and we say if there is less than an arbitrarily large number of rocket fuel, like 1,000 rocket fuel, that seems reasonable. If there's less than 1,000 rocket fuel, output a green tick. Green.
That is 100 stacks.
Seems reasonable across 2 warehouses. In fact, it seems possibly unreasonably small. There could probably be a lot more. Set train limit.
It's 2.5 trains. That's probably fine.
Yeah. Okay. I need power there as well. I need power for all of that as well. There we go. And now I just need all of these green inserters to turn up, please. Oh, here they come. That's convenient. Yes, we've discovered asteroid belt 1. We haven't been out there. We haven't even looked at it. Well, I haven't even looked at it over the on the navsat yet. But we know that it exists, and we know if we'd have a look at it, we know that it's very, very high in beryl and has a little bit of a smidge of other stuff. Spaceship research on 55%. You found one what already in asteroid belt? A spaceship. From what I remember, so any answers I give are going to be relevant to specific for 0.5 and not with K2 because that's what I've played. But no, you can get from ground to well, you can take off from the ground using the booster tanks, and then you can fly from place to place using the rocket engines, and you can go absolutely anywhere with the same engines. But if you try and go a long way, it'll take a very, very long time because the rocket engines aren't very powerful. You're going to want to upgrade to ion engines before you try and go interstellar, for example. And even going a long way inside the main solar system is going to take rather a long time. Okay, so that's named solid rocket fuel drop. Is there a train? That's the next question. There is not a train. Right, okay, that would explain why it's not working. Let's build a small train over here. Oh, yes, that is a locomotive. Excellent. And I need a wagon. Are there any nearby that I can copy?
Alright. Oh, there's normally one in the.
It just left as I started to make it, and I managed to copy its locomotive.
Did you see the copper one going past? Or just open your. If you're in navsat mode.
Oh yeah,
open
of course,
your
could do it from navsat, couldn't I?
inventory.
Yeah, that'd be sensible. Oh well, never mind. Right, and I want to add station rocket fuel pickup until full. And why is rocket fuel drop not listed?
No, you don't want rocket fuel pickup.
so-
You want solid rocket fuel
You're right.
pickup.
Solid rocket fuel pickup. Blip. That explains why I couldn't find the opposites for that. So solid rocket fuel pickup until full, and then solid rocket fuel drop until empty. And it's been built, so I can. It's got some fuel. I can't check how much fuel because I'm in the wrong. Here we go. It's got 70 fuel. Now, is it being fueled up at the rocket fuel end, at the pickup end rather? That's something I need to check. Yes, it is. Okay, awesome. So I could just set that going, and that'll be okay. So just set it going. It'll pick up more fuel each time it gets there, and eventually it'll get properly fueled up. So you can now go. Get lost.
Right. There will now be a spare double length and single length one.
Cool. Awesome. So I just need to try and remember to replace them when we're. Ooh, we've discovered a new planet.
Tristan, can you connect the lines there? Just
Sure.
design it.
Right, we've discovered a vulcanite planet. This is a waterless vulcanite planet. It's the Miocin of this playthrough, which is called Agnea. So yes, good. We now have somewhere where we can go when we realise how much vulcanite we need. So pace when there's 4 players, it's kind of hard to say because I haven't played with Krastorio² with multiple at all. So I mean, I feel like it's going faster. We've launched a number of satellite rockets after 27 hours of play. I feel like whenever I'm making the videos, I feel like there's a lot to talk about, which is why I've started making double videos every weekend instead of the single ones I was doing with my playthrough. So I feel like there's a lot more happening, and so I feel like the progress is probably faster as well. But it's slightly hard to say. Oh dear. Okay, it's going to turn around over here. That's a little bit silly, but never mind. I'll put in a turnaround here that can be built whenever anyone happens to wander past.
Thank you, Mike.
Right, here's my first delivery of rocket fuel. Jump, jump. And now we're making the rocket fuel from oil. We're making it much more quickly than we were down here, as you can sort of tell by the fact there's a solid belt of it coming out here, and whereas there's a solid there's not really a solid belt coming out over here. Although that said, this is a much smaller facility than the one that Marc's made over here to make rocket fuel, which is kind of chonky. And also involves a lot of this stuff as well. Yeah, there's a lot to that one.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not something to apologise for. It's good. It's producing a nice, very nearly half a belt of rocket fuels, which is pretty good. It's what we need. We need a decent amount of rocket fuel. Okay, yes, the ion engines can't take off from planets. In fact, if you've just got rocket engines, you can't take off from planets either. What you actually need is the booster tanks, and those are the things that do allow you to lift off from. Well, no, the rocket fuel booster tanks and the spoilers antimatter fuel tanks allow you to take off from planets. The ion stream ones don't. And after a relatively recent upgrade, it was pre 0.6, but relatively recent, you weren't able to take off. You need booster tanks to take off from orbital places as well, which seems a little bit odd, but yeah.
The fact that you can maneuver around a space station at no cost of fuel seems more odd.
Yeah, that was possibly a little bit odd. Maybe you should have been able to take off. It should have taken some fuel through the engines or something like that, so you could still take off, but it still cost you fuel. I don't know.
That probably just makes it too complicated.
I don't know. I think it makes it less complicated from the player's point of view. Maybe it makes it more complicated from coding, or too complicated from coding, or maybe just wanted that extra as a balance thing. Right. I think so. The two big things that are left on my to-do list for doing today are yellow science and air purification around basically everything. Marc, I hope you're going to set up air purification with your dirty methanol production.
Sure.
Good. Oh yes, of course, you've got it going through the middle, haven't you? I forgot about
Yeah.
that. So this is going to be the answer to all of our power problems, basically forever. We've got greenhouses producing wood that's then going to be taken into these fuel refineries down here, which will convert it into methanol along with steam that's produced by the electric boilers that I can't actually see, but they're probably in there somewhere.
Here. Where is that?
Oh, and there's some oxygen being produced down here, which is the other part needed for that. Then that's fed into gas power stations, which will turn it into electricity. And so all this needs is a steady supply of water being passed into it, and it will produce all of the power we could possibly. Well, it will produce about a gigawatt of power, I think. Did we say a gigawatt for one of these?
No.
Oh no, that was Madman's version of it. That was several times bigger. So we'll tile in a load of these. Oh, there's the boiler. So we'll tile in a load of these, and then we'll between them all they'll produce the power we need. Oh, I need to produce green modules for you as well, don't I?
Oh yeah, right. I forgot about that.
Me too. But then I went, yeah. So yes, we worked out that you can. It's still power positive even without the green modules to make it use slightly less power. However, if you can put in green modules as well, then you can get it to produce something that you use something like, well, 20% of the power probably, because that's how green modules work, and it's therefore much more efficient or much more effective. You get a lot more power out of each one of those systems. Because greenhouses use a lot of power, so obviously they're leaving the lights on in them all night to encourage the trees to grow, I guess. Right, so let's think about modules, which are in here. So we've got the three types of modules. So I need to produce speed modules in order to make the yellow science card. So I'm going to definitely need to make these. Red modules are basically always useful because they give you free stuff, which is nice. Although to be honest, the tier ones not that great, but I might as well make them anyway because they're probably not going to be too difficult when I'm making the other ones. Green modules, again, not too difficult to make, and we do need those. So I'm going to make all three of them at the moment. And looking at this, so we're going to need copper cables for greens, glass for reds. That's cheaper than I was expecting, actually. Oh, it takes more green circuits, okay. And we're going to need solid fuel for the blue ones. Now, solid fuel has now been produced, because that was one of the other things that Marc's doing in the big oil area, and I believe I thought we were putting it onto the bus. Maybe we'll just bring it. I don't know where it is. Do we have it? Ah, no, that's silicon. I don't think it's been brought over here yet. So that's on Tristan's to-do list.
What did you say you're after?
Solid fuel.
Oh yeah, there might be a station for it. It's one of the buried. Yeah, it's a station in the sea.
So it's going to be when you. So what we have a plan to deal with this. So over here we've currently got a row of stations along here that deal with all of the stuff that's being unloaded and put onto the bus. However, there's some problems with some of these stations at the end here where we just don't have the landfill to make them. So we have this vague plan of having either another set of stations across here underneath, or possibly ripping up the power generation down here, the greenhouses down here, and possibly down here, and having a row of stations across here, and then continuing the road down here, and then potentially across here as well. So just generally taking up this area with stations. Thank you, Peter. Yes, I'm old enough to start lying about my age. Or rather old enough to continue lying about my age, perhaps I should say. So you say don't put efficiency modules in the greenhouses. Yes, you're quite right. It reduces the pollution absorption from the greenhouses. However, I don't think we care because
No, we are not putting them in the
we're not?
greenhouse. Only in the fuel refineries.
Oh, okay. I assumed we would be because the greenhouses take lots and lots of power, and it's probably going to be more efficient to then just use the pollution scrubbers up the middle to deal with the pollution rather than the greenhouses. I suppose it depends on what particular thing we want to save at any given point.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to need 3 belts coming up here like this. And then various assembly machines. So let's do the standard. Let's do the green and red modules first, and then work out how many blue how many speed modules I'm going to need to make in order to keep the in order to produce enough to keep the blue blue science, no, yellow science happy. So this is going to make cables. This is going to make green modules. This is going to make red. No, this is going to make red modules. This is going to make blue modules. So we're going to need copper coming in here. Let's bring copper in on the other side. Then that can come in there. So this one's going to be copper. That's easy. Let's just do that before I forget what's doing what. Then we can feed that there and there, and then we just need the other two ingredients for a green module, and then we'd put them out into a red box, because they're just going to be they're going to be used for building things. Then we do the same with the red modules up here. That's going to be exactly the same. It'll feed off these two belts. It's going to be exactly the same, except it'll feed off these two belts rather. And then the blue modules, again, same basic idea, but it'll take the other ingredients on this belt, and I'll look up in a moment what those have to be. And that'll make all of those. Then these are going to want to go both out into a red chest, and also out onto a belt that we will use that will take them round to being made into the next science pack. So for modules, all of them need green circuits and electronic components. So green circuit, there's electronic components, I believe. Yes. So I'll bring that up here. This is why I like having a well-maintained bus, because you can just drag things straight across like that, and it's just satisfying having the outputs come off it when you can just drag the underground belt straight across. Now I know we have red undergrounds now, so in theory I could just do it with those, but this is still more satisfying. I'm going to go off to get some more landfill to bridge that lake for the green circuits, because I need them basically. And we do have land. The landfill is being steadily produced, so if I go over there, assuming nobody else has nicked it all, then there should be at least some of it. There's not going to be a lot of it, granted, but there should at least be some that I can go and grab. From up here, yes, there we go, there it is. And we've got, I didn't even see how many it was. Oh, 600, that's not too bad. No, I think the camera is in sync this time. The fix I did last time seems to have stuck, or at least last time when people complained about the camera sync, it was visibly out of sync on the preview in OBS as well. Whereas now it looks okay. I can see my lips moving as I'm talking, in sync with my talking. So I think that means it's probably you, 3Ragon. Yeah, afraid so. You could try refreshing Twitch. It might help. It might make it worse. Who knows? Do that, and let's do this neatly while I'm here, and then bring that all the way across. I've got wet feet now, by the sounds of it. Right, so that comes over. That comes in here on the other side of that. Oh, conveniently, that actually fits there. Luckily, there's a gap in there because of the. Oh no, that isn't going to fit. Yeah. Oh well, never mind. Actually, there's plenty of room here, so I can do it like this. Quite low quality. It should be streaming at 1080p. I haven't done anything. Maybe it's getting overly compressed by Twitch. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. I seem to. It says I'm getting. I've got a green light on the telling me I'm streaming it with the amount of bitrate that it would expect. So it's probably okay. I'm not sure. So the benefit to limiting the inserters by the logistics network is it means that if there's a load of them somewhere else in a yellow chest, then you won't make any more until the ones in the yellow chest have been used up. Whereas if you just limit on the chest, then it will fill the chest up to the expected number before it ships them back out again. Yeah, Joey, the suggestion was that it wasn't that it wasn't 1080p. It was that it was claiming to be 1080p, but didn't look like it was a 1080p level of quality. Rather, so yeah, it was claiming to be at the right quality level, but it didn't look it basically. Not sure what to say about that really, unfortunately. It's the vagaries of streaming. Well, the vagaries of YouTube and to an extent Twitch as well is that they're going to compress the video quite a lot in order to save their bandwidth and their costs. And Factorio is quite a detailed game in that there's a lot going on in it. The screen is very, very busy with lots of little details. It's not like playing, I don't know, a first-person shooter or something where there's just big areas of, I don't know, grassland or trees and stuff like that. To be honest, I don't know what it looks like either because my previews are kind of small in the middle of a window, so I don't know either. Right, so okay, we've got efficiency modules are now being made. I just need to do the get the glass and the solid fuel through in order to get these extra ones being made. So glass is going to be, is that glass? Yes, that's glass.
Are we not making greenhouses on the bus?
We
Sure,
are
we were.
somewhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm sure
Okay.
we were because I said that was one of the not one of the first things, but a very very early thing I set up. So
I don't get. Oh, okay. They are. Don't we have any? Oh, strange.
thank you, Silber Schmied. Much appreciated. Oh, good. Glad this refresh fixed the sync for you, Berber. That's good to hear. Nice to know that you can see me in all the glorious quality everyone's come to expect. Nope, you're quite right with the congratulations, Silberschmidt. It is indeed my birthday today, and I'm dedicating my birthday to entertaining all of you because I'm all heart like that. Well, apart from the bits that are spleen or liver or yeah, other miscellaneous organs. Okay, so now we've got Tristan has rerouted all the stuff that's being brought off the off out of the stations to go onto the bus. That's clearly obviously the first step of building up in this area because there's lots and lots of stuff in here that's going to get in the way.
You say all the stuff. I'm most of the way through.
So okay, so I shall wait patiently for the solid fuel because I don't actually need it right now because the modules we needed for this particular build are at the moment are the green ones which are being produced quite happily, and those are the ones that Marc's going to require.
A belt on the bus?
I have not.
That is okay.
So, what's this one? This is rare metals there. I don't see anything below the rare metal belt.
Do you see anything above the green circuit belt?
Yes. Yes.
Oh yes.
Only temporary. Only brief. Oh yeah, actually yes, for quite a long way along the belt. Yes. So, yeah, that one's taken. In theory, they are taken solidly from the top to the bottom. In practice, it's quite easy for something to get forgotten. Yeah. So I think that's a good place to put them.
I'll leave it there for you to. I don't know how far you want it.
Cool. Yeah. A little bit further than that, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to bring it up here. Oh. This column. No, not there, Laurence. Do it again, but better. That's right. It'd be nice if there was just sort of a button you could press and hold that would turn a grid on to make it slightly easier to follow. But I'm aware that there are already a lot of controls in this game, and that would just give control overload to basically everybody.
It's F5?
No, I meant one you can just press to do it for a very very short amount of time, just to sort of flash it up briefly while you're looking at it, and then release it, and it'll turn off again. Oh, yeah, I suppose. There's a lot of other noise on the screen with F5, and I'm aware you can probably turn some of this off, but yeah. Yeah, okay, that's
basically just the grid for me.
Interesting. I wonder why mine's different. Probably because I've got... Oh, I don't know. Probably because I've got something else turned on somewhere else. Oh, well. Never mind. Right, now, unfortunately, I need to do some maths. So, and to work out how many of all of the other science packs we're making. Thank you, Chiniboo. Much appreciated. Defenses are fine because we're doing the thing where you defend your pollution cloud. So as you can see, the pollution cloud is basically inside the base. It's upsetting some biters over here a little bit, and probably these ones up here, and definitely these ones. But mostly, it's inside the inside the base. So the biters aren't really attacking. So it's not a problem. The defenses don't have very much to do. They're just sitting there going, nope, nothing to shoot, I'm afraid. So yeah, fairly. They're doing quite well. This, I think, is probably the first time where I've really done the defending the pollution cloud thing. Now, granted, it's helped quite a lot by the air purifiers that are preventing the pollution cloud from spreading out any further in at least here and over here as well. Not that it's going that way at the moment. But we were doing that from earlier on as well, and it did mean that the biter attacks were very, very limited for quite a long time. And for ages, all of the biter evolution was coming from us killing them rather than from the pollution, which is very different. Yes, Factorio is definitely very cool. Definitely the well, I don't know. I don't know whether it's the perfect game. It's certainly my favorite, especially if you look at it by number of hours played. It's certainly it's doing very well at that. Yes, I think you probably do need to go to space to get artillery now. Let's have a look because I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, you need rocket science to get artillery now. So
I definitely had not looked very, very heavily at that to work out when I could get
it. Yeah, so we aren't going to get artillery at least for a little while because we haven't got cargo rockets up and running yet. So it's still some way off. But yes, it's rocket. No, specifically it's rocket science. No, I think rather than space science, which is different. I think.
Rocket tech cards.
Oh no, it is space. Sorry, no, you're quite right, Faustus. You're quite right. It is space science, not. So it's rocket. We do rocket science first, or rocket tech cards. Then we do space science packs. So you're quite right. Yes, the air purifiers are very powerful. A lot of people have said they're sort of a little bit overpowered, in their opinion, but they were a recommended or something. Were they a recommended mod? I can't remember.
Yes.
Okay, they were a recommended mod with Krastorio², so it's balanced with them in mind, so I don't feel guilty about using them. Okay, so we have 9 machines making blue science. Not that either. So for search for pack, it's not going to find any of the stuff I want. It's card, isn't it? Except that doesn't work either. Chemical science tech cards. There we go. So here we have each machine produces 5 every 26 seconds. Let's say it takes 5 seconds to produce 1. Rocket science cards take 106 seconds to produce 8. So that's like 13. So let's say we need. Let's do this. Let's do this slightly more precisely. So it was 26 seconds for 5 is 5.2 seconds per, and there's 9 of those. So we divide 9 by that, and we're producing a blue science card every 1.7 seconds, if I've done my maths correctly. Then here we're producing 8 every 106, which is that 0.75. So that means I need 13 machines, well, call it 14 machines, to make rocket tech cards at the same speed as I'm making these. Right. 14 machines. Okay. Remember that number for me because I'll forget it later. So we need, and it's making those one every 1.7 seconds, and we're going to need. So, thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
So we need an electric furnace every 14. No, we need 2 electric furnaces.
You've lost count already, haven't you?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm also getting attacked by some random insects. So I'm getting. No, it's gone away now. Right, so that's those. So red circuits are coming in off the bus. I'm not worrying about it. So are those. So are those. Oh, hang on. So I need So I need to make 2 of these per second, and they take 6 seconds ish. So I need So about 3 of these machines should be sufficient. So 3 machines making electric furnaces. They take 6 seconds. These take 4 seconds. So I need 2 of them, and these take. Bloody insects.
They're called biters, you know.
Yeah, I've got them in real life as well, which is the problem. And then these ones take a fraction.
You need a mic.
One machine. Yeah, Mike, could you come over here and shoot? No, actually, no. I don't want Mike to come over and start shooting them all because he'll just stop shooting holes in the wall.
There is no way that will end badly.
So I need 1 machine making stone furnaces, 2 making steel, and 3 making electric. That's easy. That's easy enough to remember because it's 1, 2, 3. Even I can probably remember that. Right, okay, so that's the furnaces. That's not too difficult. Speed modules take 20 seconds to build. Blimey. Thank you, Mike. Very good. Very
You're
helpful.
welcome.
When I say helpful, I'm not sure I actually mean helpful. So again, I'm going to need I'm going to need 2 a second. What is that? Have I got the maths right there? If I need 2 of these per second, roughly, it's actually 1.7 per second, and they take 20 seconds to make, then I'm going to need an enormous number of these machines. I'm going to need like 30 of them to get to the well, that'd be 1.5 a second. Blimey. So I'm going to need about 35 machines making speed module 1s. Crikey. Maybe I should put speed modules in them. But then it's only a 20% speed boost for the speed module 1s. That's horrific. But okay, I suppose I'll do that then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And I'll put them on the other side as well. 32, 34. Right, okay, that's quite a lot. That's a lot more than I was expecting to need, to be honest. Has come as a little bit of a surprise, but then I should be used to. I suppose rocket science is a fairly advanced science, and therefore is going to take a lot of resources to make. But still, maybe I'm being a little over optimistic at the rate I'm planning to make them at. But yeah, this just seems like a lot, basically. Yeah, it's slightly less than I don't quite need 2 per second. I need 1.7 per second, so 34 of them should be right. But yeah, it's still feels a trifle excessive, should we say? So I need to copy that. I'm gonna need some more extra. I'm gonna need more pylons, but how often do I need them? I need one there. Okay, right. So, oh wait, paste back there as well. Right. Copy all of that. There and there. Ooh. No. Oh yeah, I scrolled and mouse wheeled at the same time, and that does things as we all know. And then coming down the other side as well. Bump, 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 bump. Right, that's a lot of stuff. How much solid fuel? It's probably not going to be all that much. Let's have a look. Oh, actually that's a lot of. It's 10 solid fuel, so it's 17 solid fuel per second. So that's more than a belt. Damn it. Okay, we're going to be limited by the belt throughput. I should have realised that. Let's upgrade this to a red belt, and then it will be very nearly enough. Still won't be quite be enough, but it'll be nearly enough. Oh, don't upgrade to a blue. I won't bother with that part.
Tristan, you disconnected power to the.
This is annoying.
Or is power down
to where?
everywhere?
I've got a blue in the corner there.
No, your bus drop-off station
no,
is low on power.
Ah.
Done the same here as well.
Ah,
thank you.
There we go. Right, because we don't have blue belts yet, so I can't upgrade it further than that.
I gave you the pylon back. That
Right.
I caused you to place.
Yeah, I saw that.
Because in order, I'm producing. Because Levin, I'm producing I'm producing 1.7, well, or about 1.7 of all of the other science packs per second. So I wanted to produce the same number of rocket science packs per second, and it seems that in order to do that, you need an obscene number of speed modules. You need 1.7 per second. It takes like 20 seconds to build them, so that means you need 34 machines making them, which is rather a lot. So hence that basically, it's quite a lot. But you know, I'm sort of used to this sort of nonsense from Factorio. It's not my first Factorio rodeo. Okay, so that'll be my speed modules. Now it's going to be 15 per second because of this belt, so we're not quite at the. No, that's okay. That's 1.7 per second. It'll easily fit down there. Okay, so that's that. Now we go back to the rocket science cards again. We're going to need the blank tech cards are on the bus. Satellite telemetry is on the bus. Electric furnaces we need to make. So, as Mike has so helpfully reminded me, I need 1 machine to make stone furnaces. I need 2 machines to make steel furnaces, and then I need 3 machines to make electric furnaces, and then I can output them straight off the top like that. However, I'm not going to be able to feed this machine with this design, so I'm probably going to tweak that a little bit, and actually think about what goes into these things at some point. Thank you, Pokemon, for much appreciated. Another year older, another one. Well, many. Hopefully there'll be more of them because it beats the alternative. Whack that in the middle there to power nearly everything, but of course there's one thing that's not powered. Down there. Right, so we need stone coming in here, then we need steel and stone bricks for these ones. And we need red circuits, steel heat shields, and steel plates for these ones. So it's all different stuff, because of course it is. Where's my stone supply? There's a stone bricks, I think. So we're going to need them. Stone presumably isn't going to be far away. It's going to be one of these, isn't it? Yeah, there we go.
It's the one below Blue Motors.
Yep, I found it.
Okay. Oh, it's somewhat lacking at the moment, so I wasn't sure if it was actually there was any on the bus.
There's enough right down at the end, right down at the far end of the bus, because there's that little bit that always trickles down to the end of it. Because well, as long as you've got any supply at all, there'll always be a little bit on there. Red circuits is this one. Steel is already most of the way down here because I need something else. There it is. And I can't remember what the other thing was I needed. What else did you need? Oh yes, heat shield tiles. That's this one. I can spot that from quite a long way away, which is nice. Oh, electric boilers. That's why heat tiles are needed. Okay, cool. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Peter. I'll catch you next week. Thanks for joining. I can't, if I'm going mad, I can't promise to make a note of the timestamps because I'll have gone mad and I'll probably forgotten about it all. Resource strategy wouldn't be all that different with the if we had with LTN. I don't think it's sort of fairly. It's sort of going to be fairly similar, I guess, in general, because we've got a similar sort of train setup. We're almost doing LTN without LTN, if you like, because we've got stations that request things. The main difference is we don't have a depot for the state trains to wait in, and so we don't have anywhere to fuel them, so we have to do the fueling on site, and we just have specific. The trains have specific routes they do. So one will do solid rocket fuel to pick up, solid rocket fuel drop, but other than that, the only thing we're missing from LTN really is prioritization. You can do one satellite rocket gets you the navigation satellite, which allows you to look around your world and interact with things remotely. A second one gets you the Universe Explorer, which tells you about this, and then subsequent satellites you launch tells you about. Each one will find you another planet until you run out of planets you can find easily. Oh, thanks for the donation, Sam. Much appreciated. Yeah, it is going well. The stream is streaming. It's yeah. What more to say? What more can I say? I'd say it's going well. I've got the wrong window open. There we go. Oh, I see. That's a good question. The rocket silo could potentially be sped up by. I don't know actually. It takes quite.
Yeah, you can put speed modules in it.
We could put speed modules in it instead of the productivity modules. We could possibly beacon it if we don't want to lose the productivity modules, which I think we probably don't really, because the rockets are fairly expensive. We've got a buffer of some telemetry. I suspect probably not. I suspect the telemetry is going to be the limiting factor, but also we shall see how it goes.
I had
Yeah.
one last time, and that was plenty.
Right. Yeah, I think same for me actually. Yes. And now we might find that what's the limiting factor on our rockets now? The limiting factor is the rocket control units. So the problem is that this machine isn't running fast enough. So if I put in a few more of these, and I could easily put in one more of these and double the speed the rockets go out at, then we'll be a little bit better off. I could probably put more of them in above here with a bit of spaghetti nonsense. But yeah, and at the moment, the limiting factor is going to be the is currently the rocket control modules we're making. So yeah, when we discover it's not enough, and I say when rather than if, then I'll add some more in as well. Okay, but for I'm tend to be a fan of getting a sort of a proof of concept up and running first, and then going through and solving all of the throughput issues it has. So first we'll put in a belt here. Yes, here. No, here. No, therefore here. To bring up the stone. We'll get everything being made at what I think is probably the right pace, and then we'll go. Oh wait, we're short of such and such a things, and then we'll deal with that. So up here, right, I think this is going to be a good place to use a sneaky red underground like this, and then I can feed both sides of this from the same belt, like that, because that does link all the way through, because reds are great, especially in with, I think this is a Krastorio improvement, where the reds are really, really long. So bring that, nope, in like that, and what do we need? It was steel, presumably, yeah, steel and stone bricks. So stone bricks are easy, we'll do that, so I'll do them first, because it's like right there. And a piece of belt there, like that. There we go. And then steel is this one, and that is on the top as well, which is convenient.
Tristan? I suggest disconnecting the coal to the fuel processing at the... Oh, you already did. Okay.
It's already disconnected. It's just...
Perfect.
yeah, planning on ripping out that power plant entirely.
Yeah, exactly.
If we were really, really organised, we'd make sure that all of the resources that get used in large quantity or get used frequently were on the top or the bottom of the fours of the bus to make getting them out slightly quicker and slightly easier. We haven't done that, but we could. It's a thing we could consider if we wanted to. No, so the resource requests, you can. We're not setting up resource requests in quite the same way as LTN. So the train that runs, there is a train that is basically our solid rocket fuel transport train that will go from solid rocket fuel pickup to solid rocket fuel drop just all the time. However, we've got a link going across here saying, looking at how much is in these warehouses, and then this combinator here, this decider combinator is saying if there's less than 1,000, then output a tick. If there isn't, don't. And so this one is then saying, look at the number of ticks being fed to you and set the train limit. So when there's enough solid rocket fuel in here, then this will set the train limit will be set to 0 on this station, so a train will never come to it. So we don't have resource requests as such, but we sort of, in effect, we've cobbled together a sort of LTN light version here. Now, what we're not going to be able to do, I strongly suspect, is what I did in my previous space exploration run of having stations where you're dropping off half a dozen different resources into the same station, so they can all be taken off to wherever they're needed. Because this system will only work with one resource at a time. Now you can do things a bit more. You can do slightly more complicated things. So our outpost stations, like this one, for example, this takes ammunition, clean filters, it outputs dirty filters back onto the train, and it also requests repair packs and bots. But that's a very, very specific shopping list that's all put onto one single train over here by all of these loaders. So if you had lots and lots of places where you often needed these specific 6 ingredients, for example, you could do that. You could still do that with the manual train system, but you can't have a single station that says, I would like half a dozen completely arbitrary random different ingredients and have it bring all of those in the correct quantities. So yeah. we're currently using my desktop as our server because we're having some issues with the other one before. What's I'd say the very slight flickers that like that are. Oh, that's actually flickered slightly further. It wasn't just a flick. Oh, it's doing a save. That's why it dropped then. I saw it drop to 58 for like a whole second then, which is a slight concern. So, yeah, I don't know how things are going to go. It might be a little bit of a concern. We shall have to see. Yes, we'll see. But yeah, we'll see. It's an exciting adventure. Okay, so what do we need here? We need red circuits, we need heat shielding, and we need steel as well.
Okay, we stopped burning oil for power.
Nice.
Oh.
Next thing, I suppose, is stop burning processed fuel for power as well, and just go completely green.
Yes.
No, that's not realistic. That's better. Okay, so this is going to be 2 of those ingredients. I'm then going to need to bring the steel up from here, have another belt, and then still have an output system. So that's going to be slightly messy, but it's manageable. That is a thing that I have done in the past. Now, are there any of which of these are required in what quantities? Heat shielding is the one we require fewest of. Okay, so I'm going to do this. And we'll take the steel off to the side. So if we do this, if we take the steel off to the left here, I can add that on to that plus delete that. Whatever comes up here, which I think is going to be red circuits, we can put those onto the inner belt. Then we can have the other one, the heat shield tiles on the outer belt here. And then what I'm going to do to make this actually work is then put in underground, like, actually I could put an underground in from there to there, and then from there, and that means I can then feed out. So I'll show you. It's easier than trying to describe it. So inserters will go like that and that and that to load it. Why am I not being brought red inserters? Because I haven't requested them. I mean, that's fair enough. I can't really blame the game for not bringing me something I haven't asked for. So we'll have them insert like that, with the belt coming in like that to bring in the heat shield tiles across there. So that loads up all of these machines with them. Then we load up the other things that we need there and there and there, and then we can output using red inserters again, there, there, and there. And actually, since we're outputting, we don't need to do it the way I was originally thinking. We can just put up belts like that, and then have that feed along like that, and then we'll get them all onto the belt here. So that'll work nicely. And in fact, I could bring this belt in and join it onto that one. It's going to require some heinous spaghetti. So if I do that. If I do that, then they're going to be on the top, and these are going to be on. Yeah, that'll work. And then I don't need any of this. It reduces the expandability of the system, but I think I'm probably not going to expand the system because it's a bit horrendous. Actually, no, it doesn't, because I could put in a second copy of this next to it, and that would all be exactly the same, and then just extend this upwards for forever. We'll see. Oh, good night, Ladislav. Thanks for joining the stream, and I hope we'll see you again next week. Do we have? Yes, we do have robot portage, although not really. Let's put in another robot port there, and give it one of them. Right, so that's now making the furnaces and the blue, what's the name, blue modules for the rocket cards. So we've got electric furnaces, blue modules. Those are on the bus. Those are on the bus. Right, now it's time to start actually building the rocket producer things. And now we needed 14 of those, as Mike was so kind to remind us. So we'll bring this belt. It's one of it's 8 of the blank tech cards. So let's put the tech cards on the inside of the belt. So we'll bring this down here, and just for the sake of neatness, I'm gonna bring it down and loop it back up again like that, which looks a bit weird, but I think it makes sense because it keeps the it means I'm not splitting belts and doing funny things like that. It's just slightly neater. So we'll do that. This is going to be the one that brings in the satellite telemetries and the data cards. So those are coming, as I said, off the bus. The other 2 are going to be on the outer belt. Then here we can put in 14 of these. So 1, 2, like that. doesn't look so bad when you put them in a row like that, does it? And these are going to be making rocket tech cards. Now let's use this. Oh, if I do that, then it's going to reprogram all of these, isn't it? Yes, of course it is, because that's what I told it to do. If we're being fair, but I'll go back and reprogram it. Reprogram them all in a second. So we do actually want that recipe. There we go. And we are going to want power, so I'll put that there. Yeah, the thing is, Dastra, we're deliberately going for difficult mods because some of us are quite advanced Factorio players, so we think we want to make the game hard, which means is why I put in all the pylons in the wrong place, because I didn't think about my copy paste properly. Oh no, I just did it completely wrong.
Some of us, he says. He hasn't said which ones aren't, but chat, you might be able to work it out.
Draw your own conclusions. Dear. Yeah, so a lot of us have played quite a lot of Factorio in the past, should we say? So in theory, we're reasonably good at it. So we want the more complicated mods to make things a little bit more challenging and a little bit more interesting at this sort of stage of play. I've got this wrong as well. There we go.
Possibly also means we're set in our ways and do things very inefficiently, because that was the way you did them back in the old days.
Yeah, yes, that is quite possible that we got into all kinds of bad habits by now. But yeah, and the hope, and then and a number of us have also played space exploration before, so we kind of. I'm not going to say we know what we're doing. Again, we've got set in our ways with space exploration stuff as well. So we have all these ideas that may or may not be sensible. Probably aren't, if we're being honest, because
we've technically all played space exploration, just not all of us as far as each other.
Yeah, that seems like a accurate way of putting it.
Mm-hmm.
Should be a down, like this. Boom. So yes, we're deliberately playing Factorio on hard mode, should we say? Hang on, that can't be. Oh, yes, it can. I got it more right than I thought I had. Yeah, I've played a decent amount of space exploration and Factorio in general, so I would like to think I know what I'm doing by this point. Basically means I've made most of the mistakes already at some point in the past. So, in theory, I might not make too many of them again. And there's definitely an in theory in there. These are the blank tech cards. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, C block. I've played a little bit of C block, and I don't know. I'm sort of not quite sure how I feel about it, because I've played full on Angel Bobs without C block, and that was okay. It was complicated and it was difficult, but then that's what you're signing up for if you play Angel Bobs. C block, I didn't play it for very long. I can't remember why I stopped actually, but I did.
I like the idea of it, but I burnt out on it.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the point. Is it's a nice idea, but it's just a bit too much. And I think I know what it is. One of the things that C block is notorious for is basically forcing you to grind things. So you're waiting for stuff to build, and I feel that's or stuff to accumulate, so you've got enough landfill to make stuff, and that's just not what I expect from Factorio. Normally, when you're playing Factorio, it's just yes, there's an enormous amount of stuff to do, and it takes a long time to build a lot of stuff. But it's all if you find you're waiting for something and you're getting impatient, that just means it's time to go off and make more of the thing that's making that thing, because you shouldn't be waiting for things. If there's not enough of it, you make more of it. That's how the game works.
You actually have space to make more of it normally.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna have to do this the other way around. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. So yes, in C block, as you say, you're waiting for it to generate enough space for you to actually start playing the game properly, and that feels wrong. It's like it's why we have the server automatically pauses when we're not playing on it, because it's Factorio. You don't want to have the game carrying on without you, because that's not how it's supposed to work. There's always something you should be doing.
Laurence, could you temporarily increase the green module production?
Yes. How many would you like?
Like 200-300?
Okay. 300 it is. The chest was empty then, so you obviously you just slurped
No,
them all up. So, but
increase the production, not the storage.
oh, increase the production rate.
Like use some of the blue module producing things up there.
That's unfortunately not very easy because the green modules require
Different stuff.
cables. Yeah, all the recipes for everything are different. I'll put in a second machine making them. That I can do quite easily.
Okay,
More than that is going to be difficult. So yeah,
anything
that's
helps.
doubles the rate anyway, which is a good start. Why are you not producing red circuits? Oh, I've forgotten one of the belts. There we go. Thank you, Dusty. Yeah, it's good fun, and I'm very much enjoying it, and it's nice. It's nice doing it on stream as well, because then you've got even more people to talk through than if I was just doing it multiplayer. So yeah, it's great. I very much enjoy doing it, so I'm definitely going to carry on. And yes, the jellyfish spaceship was very nice. I was I can't remember who named it, but it was a brilliant name for given the shape of the ship. Yes, there's Ryan. There's very much another level of logistics in space exploration. Not only are you shipping stuff from around on Norvis, you then have to ship things between planets and from Norvis to orbit and from other places to Norvis orbit and stuff like that. So yeah, there's a lot more to it. But that's the interesting part of it, I guess. It's Factorio is really a game about logistics. It's sort of the point, I guess. And so yeah, I appreciate it. I enjoy all of that stuff. So I play it. But if you don't, and if you find it overwhelming, then yes, I guess I can understand why you would might eventually give up on it. I have to admit, I couldn't really say about when the waiting is with C Block. I didn't play very much of it, and it was a very, very long time ago, like 5 or 6 years ago probably, and my memory ain't so great, so I don't really know. Oh yeah, I need to put in the other splitter there for that system to actually work at all. There we go. So yeah, I don't remember exactly when the waiting stage was, but I do remember it. I don't know. No, I don't remember it specifically. I remember it having the reputation of there being quite a lot of waiting in it. So I might be wrong. I might be completely misremembering. I'm not sure.
No, that's accurate.
Okay, Tristan says it's accurate. What would I recommend? Sending ores to Norvis or making things like vulcanite cubes on different planets? That's a very good question. So in my last run through, I basically turned everything into ingots or the equivalent on the remote planets, and then shipped them in that form, under the theory that at that point you're shipping, you can get more into each rocket or into each delivery cannon, because you get more per stack essentially. The stacks get bigger, and the processing tends to turn multiple ores into a single ingot. So I was shipping everything. I was shipping all of the metals and things around as at the ingot stage, or the equivalent. The vulcanite cubes are basically ingots, as far as I'm concerned. So that was my theory in the last one. This time we're thinking of doing it the other way round, and doing it with and using. Why am I not getting any blue circuits? Oh, no, solid fuel. This time we're thinking of doing it the other way around, and basically transporting everything to a central location and doing all of the processing there, because then you don't need quite as much logistics, because lots of the processing stages require vulcanite, or presumably now it's going to be the liquid vulcanite stuff, whatever that's called. No, not thermofluid, that's something else. Whatever it's called. Pyroflux, thank you. So we're going to be shipping. Yeah, so we're going to try shipping all of the stuff to a central location and working from there, and see how it goes. It might be better, it might be worse. We might regret it. We might find that it works quite nicely. I don't really know yet, so we shall see. I mean that's part of the fun of replaying it, is that we can look at the things we did one way last time and then decide to do them a different way this time, and then see which we prefer, see whether we hate one of them. Yeah, so watch this space. I'll in a few months we'll let you know. Okay, so this belt. I can put them onto this belt. The yellow data cards. Yes, so this belt here is waiting for the rocket science data cards. So we'll extend this. all the way over here, and we'll use the satellite view so we can actually see in the dark. Put it across there. Oh right, that's interesting. I noticed because I remember with C block is based on angel bobs, isn't it? So you've got a lot of it's the same sort of recipes plus extra stuff for the C block shenaniganery that comes with it. So angel bobs definitely you unlocked different recipes relatively gradually as you went along. But yeah, maybe C block is different. I don't know. Right, so I need to get these onto the top of here. If I feed that in there, then no, I need to be smarter about this. So I'm gonna head over and do that by hand. Let the bots build all that. Ooh, there's a belt missing. There we go. So that's a point actually. Yeah, C block. I have heard that having lots and lots of warehouses can slow the game down a bit. So we've been using them pretty heavily and putting a lot of stuff in them. So it's possible that that's going to cause issues with UPS. I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out, and we'll keep playing and just seeing how it goes as we continue, and hopefully the game will continue being manageable, and we shall see. Yeah. So good luck with the hand, Ryan. Yeah, so you'll get there eventually. I hope. So yeah, that's sort of the point I was getting at, Jax. Is that having the different planets? If you process the stuff on the planet where you dig it up, you can make it a bit denser, but you will need to then ship in stuff like maybe a lot of the processing recipes require vulcanite. Some of them will require, I don't know, something else like yeah, sulfur perhaps, yes. But sulfur you can make locally because if you have core mining, you can get oil out of the core fragments, and so there are ways around that. But if you get everything onto a central planet, then you've got the logistics and everything set up to make that just work reasonably nicely. Let's get off that belt. Right, so I'm looking at the bus at the moment, and I'm noticing we seem to be a bit short of quite a lot of things. Now the stone bricks is probably due to the stone production, or possibly due to Tristan redesigning the belt inputs.
Stone bricks have not yet arrived at.
Okay.
It's still filling up. It's stone levels.
Yeah, I was hoping that we're having had a stone supply running for the entire stream so far, which is 2 hours. We'd have enough stone, but no, as you say, it's filling up the warehouses, or filling up the train rather.
The bottom warehouses in the stone station are a lot fuller because they didn't have outputs and they had yellow inserters feeding them, so that slowed everything down.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that's 31 stacks in there.
Yeah,
each wagon.
Yeah, so yeah, okay. So it's not so much a problem. I was just looking at the bus and seeing where there were potential problems. So stone bricks.
Yeah, saying something's missing is useful though, because I may have missed it.
Electric motors. There's something missing here. I'm not sure what this. Oh, stone as well. Probably for the same reason.
There's no stone station yet.
Mike,
okay.
Do you happen to have copper cable or copper plates on you?
Need a lot more little electric motors.
Mike?
Sorry, I was muted. I do not, sorry, no.
Okay.
That's like, because I'd be happily chatting away, just assuming people were ignoring me. That's embarrassing.
I mean, it's not completely unreasonable.
Well, exactly, yeah. I mean, it is me after all.
Triplet. Is there room to quad? Not quite room for quadruple. Okay, we'll assume that tripling is enough for now, and probably be wrong, but it's a good start. Why is there a small? Oh yeah, because those machines are in the way. That's why. Somebody helpfully put the green and red cable assembly machines, which we actually don't need anymore technically. Slap bang in the middle of the area where we're making small electric motors.
Yeah.
There was obviously some.
And if it uses the
funny
same
bits of-
ingredients.
Yeah, yes, it was just leaching off the off the copper cables that were being made there. So I mean, yes, it made sense, but then there was a
Okay, the walls up at this end are now in place, therefore technically this is secure.
Ooh.
Nice.
Okay, a single yellow belt of copper does not appear to be enough for this. Let's let's prioritize that to the left. So we've got a full belt going out there, and then hopefully somewhere down here before we need no, okay, no, we're going to need to stick in a rebalancer down here somewhere so we actually use the copper coming off the on the other belt. Let's set the output priority there as well. So we're putting all of that onto the top side. It's a good question because I'm not playing on my own at the moment, so therefore what ends up happening might be different to what would happen if it was just me. But what normally happens with my bases is I will start off with a main bus like this, and then I'll gradually move bits and pieces off it as the production requirements gets overwhelmed. So, for example, green circuit production has been moved up here, and we're now doing it on this system because we weren't producing them fast enough in the little area here that was making them on the bus. So we've got rid of that. We're out of wood as well, by the way, on the bus. So we've stopped using this quite so much, and there is now a solid belt of green circuits, or at least there should be a solid belt of green circuits. There doesn't seem to be, but there should be. Maybe that's another thing Tristan's broken.
Thank you. That is an example of a very good one to say.
Yep.
Because I needed to use a belt up, but so I was letting that drain and then
Okay.
hook up the new one.
All right. So yep, I have noticed a thing was missing. It does seem to be just about working fast enough. Right, yes. So there's gradually move things off the bus as I find they're not being made quickly enough in their present location. But I will tend to leave the bus producing things like machines like I don't know where's the example. All this stuff down here, all this pipe stuff will probably stay being produced here forever because it's enough, it's fast enough. Why would I move it off? The science, and in space exploration, I found that the science was being produced fast enough by the bus systems, so I didn't need to do any upgrades to that. So I didn't. Where's my okay? So yeah, I left the science being produced on the bus and just started to pipe it off into space. And so I'll move things off the bus when I need to, but I won't do it just for the sake of it. So this bus will probably stay there forever, but we'll end up with a little town like this one that are producing green circuits later on. So it is the starter base, but I'll probably keep all of this for not necessarily forever, but for a good long time. Right, let's carry on working through here and working out what we've not got. I don't know. I don't even know what this is supposed to be. This is the stone bricks. Okay, it's just stone bricks we know about. Little electric motors. I've boosted the production. I've tripled the production of that. Let's give that a little while and see if it catches up. This one is supposed to be probably stone. Yes, this one's stone. We know about stone. Green circuits we know about. What are you? Plastic. We're short of plastic. Tristan.
Yep, that'll be. I'm just setting that one up at the moment.
Okay. And silicon is only on one side of the bus.
Yep, that's close to what I'm doing.
And
so,
solid fuel, of course, hasn't arrived yet because you haven't done that one yet. So, but that's again that one.
Solid fuel does not exist.
I can assure you it does. Marc's worked very hard on that. Oh, wood is now coming through again successfully. Good. And so we are now making green. This is what I mean about the green circuit production rate not being sufficient from this system. So hence I moved it off to somewhere else because I didn't really fancy boosting this up in the from where it was. Okay, so in theory, rocket science is now done. We're just waiting for that solid fuel, which is waiting for a station to be put in for it, which is waiting for all of the outputs from all of the other stations to be done. So that's gonna be a little while, understandably. Yes, trains can run on coal, but if you turn coal into solid fuel, into processed fuel, then you get 20% extra oomph out of it. So for every gigajoule of coal you turn into, or every megajoule of coal you turn into processed fuel, you get 1.2 megajoules out. So we thought we might as well use it. We might as well be a little bit more efficient and use the slightly better fuels for it. And I
Wasn't
think
it
you get a
just
bit more
10%?
acceleration and speed out of processed fuel as well. I don't know if it's as much as rocket fuel, but it's certainly a little bit better. Yes, I did connect the second logistics, this one down here, I believe. Yes, there's a green light on it. I did a copy paste from there to there, so it was quick, and you probably didn't see it because it was just hold down shift, right click, left click, and I did it very, very quickly, so you might not have noticed it. But thanks for the reminder anyway. No, we are not doing the the Krastorio² ore refining yet. That is a thing we will be doing, but at the moment we're still using vanilla. We're still using basic ore refining. I don't know if we've even researched the acid-based ore refining or acid whatever the ore processing. Oh, there it is. Ore enrichment. Yes, we've researched it. So at some point, Mike will have to go in and rebuild all the smeltery in order to take into account the ore enrichment process. Sorry, Mike.
That's right.
Technology marches on, I'm afraid. Actually, some of the stuff up here is we're still using steel furnaces here as well. So again, that wants to be replaced at some point. But I mean, in a way, it doesn't actually matter. Yes, okay, we're using the processed fuel, so we're being slightly inefficient in doing it this way. But as you can see, we've not got enough iron ore coming in to swamp this system yet. So it's still very, very future-proofed. We don't need all of these furnaces anyway, because we've only got like 2 belts worth of iron coming in or something. So yeah, there are many advancements that can be made here. Actually, that's a good point. If we given it's more efficient and we have a shortage of and the ore, we can't bring it, don't seem to be able to bring the ore in fast enough, that would be quite a good one to have, a good upgrade to have. But Mike has, as he said, been working on the defenses over here, so we now have a lovely this is horrible. This what your you've got a horrible clog in the ammo with the ammo and
Oh
the filters,
no.
I'm afraid.
Whereabouts? There. Yeah, I know exactly what's happened there. I'll fix
The
that.
other one appears to be working fine, so I'll use this one.
Yeah.
This one is a much better example. So up here, you can see we've got the standard wall, then turrets behind the wall to provide a bit of oomph, a bit more defenses, with a belt providing them with ammunition, and then there's another belt feeding the filters along that are being taken into the filtermatron machines. But there's the gaps in there for the dirty filters to be put back onto the belt, and then they can come down here and be filtered accordingly. That's a good point. When are we expecting sun rage? Let's have a look. Energy beams. 19 hours away, so we've still got quite a while. We are starting to think about it and plan for it a little bit, though. We've done some thinking about what we want to do. We're building up on power production over here, so we're generating hopefully decent amounts of power here that we can use for everything, and this is being gradually built, as you can see. As it goes, so when we've got lots and lots of excess power, we can then start. The plan is to start boiling water into steam, as you can see here, and then feeding it into these massive, well, huge storage tanks, as they are clearly called. And then we've got loads and loads of turbines below them to hopefully produce the power we'll need to actually run an umbrella defense. So we shall see how it goes. Marc here says he's done the maths for it, and we need was it about 230 or something you said?
Yeah. If you look at the whatever the informatron says for the next energy beam, yeah. So we need 228 basically.
Okay. It says 2.28 gigawatts peak power. Oh, they produce 100 each, do they? Okay, 100 megawatts each. Gotcha. 10 megawatts each. There we go. I can maths, honest, I promise. Right. So yeah. So yes. Okay. And that mean you can get away with a bit less than that because we also have quite a lot of accumulators. So you can use the turbines to take out the sort of the most of the power requirements, and then use the accumulators for the little blip on the top when it requires absolutely obscene amounts of power for a little while. Or we can just have hundreds and hundreds of them. I mean, that works too. So what would probably be a good idea is having these. You've probably already thought of this. I might be pointing out the obvious, but having these steam engines, these boilers connected through a. Oh, you have connected them through a switch. Okay, never mind. Are you going to control that manually to fill the tanks up, or are you going to run it off an
Yes.
accumulator? Okay, fair enough. Yep, sounds good. Oh no, wait, that's the output. That's the power output, not the power input.
That's the output, yeah. And the input, I'm thinking about like a capacitor battery setup to just use the excess.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. That makes sense. Okay. So yeah, it'll be a little while till we get the sun rage. Green mod, green for speed mod. Where is everything?
Stone
Oh, here's
bricks have
everything.
arrived.
Awesome, thank you. I don't think I have anything specifically waiting for stone bricks. Oh, yes, I do. Yep, these furnaces here are waiting for stone bricks. Yeah, so that's good. Ooh. I don't know how I missed out programming these, but apparently I did. There we go. Oh, there's no... Ah, I've completely screwed up the power over here as well. Let's go and fix that.
There we are, fix this.
Yeah, the other possibility is to just tank the Sun Rage, but I think we'd rather not do that. I've seen how much damage they can do, and we do have a few warehouses with quite a lot of stuff stored in them, and I'd be quite sad if that got completely nuked by the coronal mass ejection. That would make me a bit sad. Don't know what I was playing.
Given it was something we were grumbling about the other day, I have also found the button to manually sort inventory.
Oh, okay.
You have to go through into settings and turn it on.
Oh, right. Okay.
It's off by default, is the point.
What's going on here? Who built
Where
this?
is that in the settings?
Per player mod settings, and it's like fourth from the bottom or third from the bottom.
Ah, yes.
Pretty sure I'm not going to have got all of the inserters here, and some of this is going to be very broken. Yep, there's one. There's another missing one. I think I'm going to just have to wait until all of this actually starts running, and then look to see which machines aren't working, because there's no way I'm going to remember all of the. There's no way I'm going to have picked off all of the inserters here that actually need. Oh, I haven't put any output inserters on them either. That's going to cause some problems. How did I miss that? Don't answer that question. Oh, at least with the magic of copy paste, it's relatively easy to fix. There we go. Right, now we can actually start producing blue circuits, blue modules, and therefore gold science once we get the solid fuel through. If you're choosing which one to do next, I would the solid fuel will be my first choice, because that's the thing I'm sort of waiting for. But if it's just a case of you're plugging your way through it, then yeah, whatever works. Huh. Despite Marc's massive upgrades, no, it's because we're run out of green circuits. Okay, that's why we right, might need green circuits as well.
Green circuits are done.
Oh,
I think. Oh no, I need to fill in this landfill
bridge
and
over
bridge
troubled
this
water.
belt. Green
Yeah,
circuits are done.
thank you. Yeah, I was going to say you. I was following the back up the belt to find in a sort of, if you say they're done, I'm going to try and believe you, but they're not working. Let's go and try and find where the problem is, and then we did. Cool. Right, so eventually these what? Oh dear. I can't help feeling this is probably my fault, but that is horrible. Oh dear. Oh well, never mind. Yeah, so the green circuits can now creep all the way along this belt, and eventually we'll sort of swamp everything. They'll flood into everything else, and everything should start working again. And that will hopefully fix the amount of the big green electric motors, which are, I can't even find them now. They're probably way down here somewhere. I probably can't find them because there aren't any being made because we've run out of green circuits. But eventually we'll get them through, get them running again. And I'll just keep. Oh, here we go. This is the one. This is where the big green motors are that aren't coming through very quickly.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, presumably the biters are reasonably used to coronal mass ejections, because they've been happening before I landed on this planet every sort of few days or so, and the biters are just going, oh no, it's that time again. The sun is falling. obviously hates us. We'll just have to deal with it. Right.
Server's not responding? Oh, no, there we go. That's on my end.
Yeah, that was a you problem, I'm afraid.
I had a lag spike as well, but
I didn't notice any lag, but I was just sort of panning around the map looking at things.
a train stopped and then started again as it was pulling into a station.
Oh, right. Okay.
It froze.
Yeah, I'm 250 ticks behind.
That's quite a lot of ticks.
Yeah.
Is it causing problems? Like you've stopped doing have you stopped doing combat now?
No, yeah, it's not doing combat ages ago.
Okay.
It's more or less caught up now.
Yeah, I think it was. I was at like 100 at 8.
Yeah. Again, we're sort of relying on my network connection, internet connection, which is fairly good, but it's mostly good at bandwidth rather than necessarily at ping. So yeah. I shall go around and do some radar upgrades while I'm waiting. I want to see how much better these are. So let's see. We can currently see down to here. If I then do this, blip, we can see. Wow! So we've gone from here down to here. It's not it's that much extra in all directions. That's not bad. It's quite a big increase, but it's I don't know whether it's more or less than I was expecting. So yes, I recommend using Mark II radars on all of your everythings now because we can.
Makes sense.
Seems reasonable.
I think they're just being supplied by Roboport, by logistics botters as is traditional. Surely, yeah, there it is. Right, and a couple of my bots have flown off. Come back. There we go. I'm trying to remember. I'm sure there must be more radars somewhere around in this sort of no man's land. There's this gap down the middle where there's no radar, and I want to fill that in, but I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure where the radars are that are doing it. Radaring it. There's one. Yeah, I've upgraded that one because Mike went through and put in some radars, but there's one over there. That'll fix the problem. What I probably should have done is dragged my radar upgrader over the entire known universe, and then as I flew around, we gradually upgrade them all. Because that got it. Yes, that's got that dark patch down the middle. So we now have full radar coverage over the sort of central base area. There's one in here somewhere that could probably do with an upgrade as well, but not sure. Yeah, they're just a little bit difficult to find. It's not quite as bad or as good as the Angel Bobs, where you get some of the really advanced radars they just have absolutely ridiculous ranges to the point where you put one down. One of the really advanced radars will probably cover most of our main bus. They're that good, that big. So right, next thing probably is going to be thinking about putting in some more pollution cleany things, because we've still got quite a lot of pollution coming out of this core miner here. This area up here is really bad. I'm going to head up to the northern wall and put some air scrubbers in along there and around all the mines and things like that up in that area, because that's at the moment it is a disgrace, as they say in politics. Ooh, let's add in this bit of rail while I'm flying over as well. In fact, you know what? I'm going to be sensible about this. Before I fly off and start trying to build all that stuff up, I'm going to make sure I've actually got the bits and pieces I need to do it. So I've got 50 air purifiers. I've got a few hundred belts. That's not too bad. I've got some chests. Station. No, I don't need a station actually for this bit. I think I need more belts than that. Let's get some more belts. Radars. They're for when you're in map view, really. You don't. I mean, they're not quite so needed. But it's if you're looking around quickly, it's a lot easier to zoom in and out and look around with the map view rather than the radar view. So it sort of feels like it's worth having for that, I think. Here we go. Here's the belts. I'll take all of them then. We're not storing that many of them. Oh, it's because we're in theory switching up to red belts at some point, isn't it? That's why. So it's a lot easier to sort of scroll around and zoom in to have a quick look at something with the map view than it is with the radar view, because the radar view doesn't let you zoom out beyond about this point. So yeah, it's a bit easier. Yes, I do mean map view rather than satellite view. Thank you. Yes. So is that? I don't know. I don't know how many belts I want. Oh, there's another 350 anyway, so that'll do. Yeah, I think that'll probably do. So let's have a look at an existing pollution dealy withy system. It's
Technical term.
exactly. We need that. And yeah, got all of that. It's mostly belts. Yeah, I think I've probably got everything I need. I'll fly up there and then go, oh goodness sake, and realise what I'm missing, and then come back again.
As is tradition.
As is tradition. I should have stolen a train for this actually. Oh well. Tum-ty-tum. It's quite a long way up. We have a fairly expansive base by this point. We've taken over quite a large area. But then a lot of that was because we desperately needed all the resources, and these, which I've just got to, these iron mines, which are actually starting to run a little bit low, or at least the bottom one is. That's terrifying. Yeah, the iron mines are starting to run a little. Well, we've used up all of the sort of the outer bits and pieces on them. Put it that way. Right. So here, I'm going to get rid of one of these. I think ammunitionary thingies. Get rid of that as well. Then in that case, so we'll have two filter inserters here. One that unloads filters. Filters. These filters, pollution filters. Okay, and one that loads dirty pollution filters back into the train, because that's how the system works. We'll then look at here's one somebody else made earlier. In fact, let's copy this whole. Yeah, let's copy all of that. That looks like a pretty good way to do it. And we'll paste that in like so. And we'll pick up all of this for now, because I'm not sure. I need to think about how all this is going to work. These wind turbines are really distracting. Right, so that brings that brings the filters in the right place. That brings them out in the right place onto there. And then we have all of these feeding into ammunition into there like so. Good. And then we get rid of that like that. There we go. So now we've got the ammunition on one side, and we've got the filters on the other side, and we're feeding them through with the gaps as is approved. I'm going to put a cut in there like that in order to oh heck, I've just realised what I've done here. That's going to need to link to there. And I can't tell what the cables are doing. They're not doing that. That's what they're not doing. There we go. So that's now fed round to. Okay, the station is set up in the simplistic way at the moment, because at the moment we're saying call another train in if there's less than 50 rifle magazines. Go away. So what it actually needs to do, this needs to be now set up in a slightly more complicated way to call in a train if there's a shortage of rifle magazines, a shortage of filters, or an excess of dirty filters. We also need to pull out a bit of this here and put in a roboport on the other side, because we're going to want to do this while I want to do this as well while I'm up here. I don't have any roboports. Yes, you can use the map view to go to where you're looking for, and then jump over to the nav view. Yeah, that does work. It can be done. It's slightly more fiddly than just zooming in and out. But yes, it works well enough. It's not exactly it's not difficult. You're quite right, but I'm kind of lazy. That's interesting, because one of the things I like about space exploration is all the stuff you get to play around with circuits, because you can do all kinds of clever stuff with them, and I find that quite fun. But if you don't like that, then I can see how that would not appeal quite so much. Thank you, Troopan. Much appreciated. Yeah, I thought acknowledging it was a birthday stream would be amusing. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's try and turn on chunk grid. Chunk grid?
There are no cores coming into the core dump station.
Cool.
They only go in periodically.
Right, fair enough.
There's a train loading up because
Yeah, I
the
see that.
external core mines only run during the day.
Yep, makes sense.
Well, it's funny you should say that, Remulac. If you look on my my YouTube channel, there is a video about circuit network basics that will teach you all you need to know about doing things in vanilla circuitry. It covers sort of things like stopping containers getting overloaded and that sort of thing. There's a lot more. If you then have a look, if you want to see slightly more advanced stuff, if you have a look at the space exploration. Spaceship automation video, that goes into a load of the more complicated stuff as well. Well, if you're still having trouble, then well, maybe join my Discord, ask some questions in there, or shout out. If they're relatively easy questions, you can shout them out in here, and I'll see if I can answer them on the as we're going. Where's the? I'm sure this is supposed to be just to show chunks option somewhere in here. Oh, was it in an always? Maybe it's an always. Does show pass show. Show rail pass, rail, this, that, the other, wake up, transport. Show active chunks, no. Polluted chunks? Oh, I see it, showing them on the mini map. Ah, that'll do. Right, okay. There we go. Now we're chunky. So now run along here. Right, okay, so what I actually want to do is put that in there and then say load and unload, and then I want to take a copy of that and just put one of these in each chunk as we go along here. And there's lots of power, so that's fine. F5 shows chunks, but it also shows an enormous amount of other stuff, it seems. And I think I've got something turned on that I probably shouldn't. Because if I press F5, I get that. And that's not so helpful. This is probably because I've done something wrong. I've got something turned on that I shouldn't have turned on. I don't know. But it does. It's not useful. Oh, no, not that. Sort of, yeah, what I'm doing now is I'm putting down one of these pollution cleaners every chunk, because pollution is done on a chunk by chunk basis. So if you have them in every single chunk, then they'll clean all the pollution up, and you're well, as long as they can keep up, you're guaranteed to not have any of it leaving. I'm not going to carry on over the water because I'm lazy, and I think that's probably sufficient. So what I'll do is I'll put in a splittertron here like this, and tell that to output to the right. No, not pipes. Output ammunition to the right. And then everything else will come out this way. And we'll go across here. And I'll pick those up because I don't want. Thank you, Jacob. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's a bit much, isn't it? Isn't it, Tickle? It's just. Yeah, just a bit. It's a bit too much. A bit too much information that I don't really. And I don't. Why are these belts going the wrong way? How did I get that wrong? Let's try that again. And bring the. So this is going to bring. Oh. This brings back the unused filters, and also will bring back any dirty filters that can then be just passed around the loop again in order to be taken away. And if they're dirty filters, to be cleaned. If they're just clean filters, they can be passed back around the loop again. So these will come straight over here, take out all the stuff that's in the way. I don't want to shift drag, because that would mean I'd end up with just a lot of sorry, words. I don't want to shift drag, because then the bots would have to work very, very hard to put everything down, and I'd run out, and I'd leave them behind. But I don't want to go underground every time I go past a tree or something. So it's finding the best way to do that is
in a straight line first.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, but that's sort of
It's
that's
annoying.
a sort of double handling approach. Oh, debug tab controls at F5 Okay, so I could probably go in and tweak the options from there. That might make sense. Okay. Yes, the full mod list is posted in the in the initial video on the on the for the episode 1 of the playthrough basically. So if you go back and check that one out, then you'll see the full mod list there. And also, there's also a save game linked in all of the video descriptions, not the stream descriptions, but the video descriptions that will tell you tells you that you can then load your own game from that save game, and that'll allow you to just sync your mods because that's much easier than trying to do it manually. So to the left, we take ammunition again. These are going to need to be reprogrammed if and when we upgrade to better ammunition, which is a bit of a shame, but oh well. Yeah, and that's probably sensible. Just to just to whack a deconstruction planner through the whole lot just to get rid of everything. But I don't know. I haven't been doing that. Probably should. Haven't been. Oh wait. Oh heck, this is going to all be wrong side. I'm going to need to reprogram these inserters to do the near side putting downing. That's Alt L? No, Shift L? Yes, Shift L. This is another either Krastorio² or a Krastorio² recommended mod. Allows you to put down, tell inserters to insert onto the near side of the belt, which is incredibly useful when you're doing weird spaghetti nonsense. I haven't used it all that much actually, basically because I'm not in the habit of doing it. Are you dropping near? Yes, you are. But it does help quite a lot for random things like this. I'm going to need power for all of these as well. I can't use a I can't use a single big pylon for each one because the amount of stuff there is around there. With this, big pylons don't have the coverage area. It's only the one square all the way around them. So I'm probably going to have to do multiple small pylons for each one, which is a bit of a shame. Put another one of those in there, and then yeah, because I'm going to put one there and then there. Or I could put a big pylon and a small pylon next to each one. That might actually be easier because then I can copy paste it. So let's do that. And if I do paste one of these in here and put a small pylon by it and a big pylon by it, like that. Hopefully that will now be, if I copy that, then I can put another, yes, I can put the next one down here like that, and it will have a long enough cable to deal with it. Okay, good. Yep, that works quite nicely. Now, how far down do I want to run? Ooh, blimey. That's a lot of chunks. So, I'm going to want to, let's turn that off for a moment. Yeah, I want to run that all the way down past round or past this this mine, then all the way down round and past this one, and then back up, then back up again. I think that's probably going to be sufficient. I could run around here as well. Actually, while I'm at it, why not just carry on all the way? Let's just let's go nuts with it. No, I mean I've had a chance to. I haven't looked at it, but I've had a chance to, which I'm sure isn't quite what you meant. Yeah, so I've no, short answer. And no is a long answer. Yeah, the old ones are the best, I'm sure. So no, I haven't looked at the asteroid belts yet. We've discovered them, but I haven't actually built anything on them yet, any of them yet. Okay, that's power here. Red underground get me across there. So if I put in this like that, then I can put a red underground. So it might be interesting to have a quick look at the satellite thing, but so far I haven't had much of a incentive to. Maybe we should do that. Should we have a should we all go and have a look at the asteroid field we've discovered, because it might be mildly interesting. I wonder why this chunk doesn't have dots around it. Kalidas asteroid belt view surface. Oh yes, this is what someone was talking about earlier. There is a rogue crashed spaceship here that we can harvest. So it's got an ion engine on it. It's got full tanks of ion stream, more or less. It's not going to be able to land it or take. Oh no, it's got ion booster tanks as well. So this would be able to take off and
Limp
fly
back.
between orbital places. But it can't land on a planet. Nice. I mean, it's it's got a load of science cards in it as well, and another and 600 rocket science. So it might be, yeah, it could be. There's some useful stuff in this. Oh, and a beacon.
Some space belts. Deep
And
space belts, even.
oh yeah, some space pipes, a rocket landing pad, and a delivery cannon chest, spaceship parts. Yeah, so I mean, this is sort of vaguely worth capturing. We can't use it an enormous amount because it's missing, because we don't have a way of making more fuel for it. But it could be quite useful to have. So yeah, nice. There's some copper and some beryllium up here. How big are these patches? 18 million beryllium, 5 million copper, some raw rare metals, 1.2 million.
There's a spare ion engine in the in one of the chests.
Oh, okay, so there's actually the stuff we'd need to repair the ship as well. That's quite nice. There's another beryllium patch over here, 108 million. Wow. Yeah, I never really did mining. I was going to say I never did mining in the asteroid belts. That's not quite true. I went out and mined up. I did some uranium mining on the second asteroid belt, but I didn't do any. I got my beryllium from a cryonite planet in my last run through because it was there and convenient, and I never needed more than that planet was capable of providing in relative ease. 33 million copper plus another 8 million copper on this asteroid over here, and 47 million beryl. I can see why people often do massive quantities of asteroid mining.
It is a lot slower to mine,
Is it?
but yeah.
Oh, because the
takes,
patches aren't so big, but they're really dense, or is it the drills run slowly in space?
It might be the dense. I can't remember, but I remember it being. It was slower.
Right. I think yeah. So yeah, the patches aren't enormously wide. They're just very very deep, I suppose, to use slightly odd ways of putting it. There's enormous amounts of copper there, but there aren't an enormous number of squares of copper, so you can't put in a huge number of miners. That said, you can put speed modules in them or beacon them.
Yeah.
And we've got miner Mark 2s, and we'll eventually get miner Mark 4s, I think. So
The copper ore has the same mining time, 110%.
right. Okay. So it's quite likely that it would mine just as well as the same patch would on Norvis, but when you think of 100 million or 33 million or whatever, you expect it to be an absolutely enormous patch. But it's like if you had the dense ore patches mod for and then on Norvis they would be the same sort of thing, I guess. Okay, that was fun. Right, I'm back on Norvis again now. I've answered the question. Yeah, so yes, going out. Yes, there's a lot. You're right. There's a lot of good supplies in that spaceship. It'd be worth picking up at some point, and probably picking up relatively soon, because the longer you leave something like that, the less valuable the supplies are, because they become a bit passe. You go, okay, so it's a load of space, but space belts. I've got them. I don't care anymore. So yeah, maybe once we get spacebound, we can go out and start grabbing them. I suppose. Go out and grab that spaceship as a. I suppose we'd have to rocket out there though, wouldn't we? Which is a bit of a shame. But certainly could be done. Missed out a landfill. That power pole can go away, I think, and I'll put in a proper one instead in its place, like that. And that. There we go. That seems to be okay. All right, I'm in a new chunk now. So there's one there. I wanted to put another depollutionerizer down here. We can put that in there. If we get rid of that power pole, we can. And then I suppose I better plug the entire mining system back in again. Oh, no, putting that down has done the job for me. That's handy. And down here, right, so another pollution scrubber here. There are no large... Why is all this done with small power poles? It's horrible. I mean, I know why. It's because we hadn't developed big ones at this point, but still.
I think everything that was in a station before is now hooked up again.
Good.
Somewhat more neatly.
Yeah, it was a bit sort of maybe a little bit half-assed when I was putting it all together. Right, so that's one mining area done. So I just need to carry on down through the through this area and down into the next one. I think I can probably just go. Oh, there's a no, there's a pylon in the way because of course there is. So I'll put that. If I put that in there though, like that, then I can copy all of this. Unfortunately, there's a pylon in the middle of it, but I can then just paste that in there and say that's another chunk, and then actually get rid of those three. Put some more belt in there, and do it again, but properly. So that is a chunk's worth. Put another one in there, and until I get down to the other mine, where stuff might get in the way. Oh, I've run out of belt. Oh no, I haven't run out of belts. I just ran out of bot battery, or ran out of bot numbers actually. Yeah, so carry on down here. Yeah, this is working well now. Oh, and now there's a massive power station in the way.
I think our Corona muscle power storage is up and running.
Okay,
and,
cool.
Filling up quite nicely, so we just need the umbrella, Laurence.
Have we researched
Slightly
umbrella
important.
defenses?
No.
Right.
We're waiting for you to...
What science packs do we need for researching that?
the next one.
Is it rocket science by any chance? Right.
Yep.
That's waiting for Tristan, not me.
For
Tristan,
what? Is it solid
rocket
fuel?
Yeah.
That's already.
Solid fuel, sorry. Not solid rocket fuel.
Solid fuel is already done.
Oh, okay. Is it on the bus?
Yes.
Cool. Then, in that case, the science pack will be produced. It's all there. We just need to wait for it to actually start happening.
One train load has arrived and is most of the way down the bus.
Cool.
Oh, it's flowing into your
Awesome. Right. Well, once
massive column of
those. Oh.
it's more that corner.
Yeah, I dragged an upgrade planner over. I thought I'd got all the points where it was messing up, but obviously not. Are all these machines working? And if not, why no? Insufficient green circuit. So yeah, somebody on chat was pointing out that there weren't going to be enough green circuits coming through actually, and they're not wrong. That's getting about a quarter of the way
Upgrade that
around.
to a red belt, and it'll get a bit further.
Yeah, if I upgrade it to a red belt, then we'll get halfway around at least, and then I suppose I'll need another belt's worth coming in from the other side because it's just a ridiculous number of things. Do that.
We don't have a full yellow belt reaching that splitter though.
True.
Because the bus is a yellow belt.
Yeah, upgrading the bus might be the next thing that needs to be done. Yeah. However, I mean, as a proof of concept, it is working, and there are rocket science cards coming out, and they are beetling slowly along the bus. And I can't see if I'll check it. I'll check back again in a bit and see if they're getting all the way.
We have green modules mixed in with glass.
Do we? Oh dear. I mean, obviously we shouldn't, but I can believe I've done something. Have we?
Oh.
Where?
There were some at the greenhouses, so that's why.
Oh.
They didn't get produced.
Oh, that's weird. If you want to have a look into it, please do. If not, I shall have a look into it momentarily.
I think I got them all. So
okay, it might just be they got there from a sort of a production of something else, from having stuff being moved around or something like that. I don't know. Right, where was I going to take this? Oh yeah, I was considering taking it all the way over to here, wasn't I? Because this is polluty as well. I could run across the top. Now let's do it properly. Let's go all the way around the bottom, or at least until I. How many belts have I got left? Not very many. Okay, I'll head back. I'll bring it back up to the all the way up to try and bring it all the way up to here. I'm probably going to run out of belts anyway, but at least I've got the main polluters. So
Do we have iron beams on the bus?
no, we have steel
No.
beams, I think, but not iron beams. That's a thing we haven't needed in particularly huge quantities generally. So that's a.
No, that's okay.
It's that sort of deciding when it's what's worth producing and what isn't dilemma. Oop. I don't quite understand what these blobs are showing, but it's quite useful because it is showing me where the chunks are. But I don't know why sometimes they're there and sometimes they're not. It is a mystery. It is very convenient that the large power poles now cover exactly a chunk. Oh, that's going to have to be a red.
Oh, their range.
Yes. Yeah. So yes, that sort of cover.
I thought they were still slightly further.
I don't think so, but I'm not certain.
I thought I had to shorten them for the railway
Oh
lines.
yeah, yes, sir. Yes, it's one. No wait.
It's a chunk.
No, it's exactly a chunk.
Okay.
What? Oh.
It says wire reach 32.25. That's interesting.
30.
Just helps slightly
so
on the diagonal.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Well, makes a sort of sense. It's, yeah. Show tile grid to show the chunks. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's what I should have used. But this is working well enough, actually. Even if it's got some weird effects in it. Yeah, I'm sure it's very, very meaningful if you understand Factorio in sufficient detail. Unfortunately, I don't.
Ah, Marc has discovered that the power plant has
we
had
had
its fuel
someone
source
here
cut
who
out.
had over 14,000 hours in game. That'd be helpful.
I mean, if we include chat, then we might have a total of that.
Yeah. There's always these weird extra things that you don't tend to touch, isn't there? I should put this. Yeah, put it there. That's fine. And then delete that and that and that, and hopefully my last two red belts will reach under there. Yes, they will. Excellent. Oh, and I've run out of belts. Ah, I'm so close. So very, very close to being back. I'm like, if I had 50 more belts, it'd have been enough.
This is where you ask someone nicely to send a train out with some belts in it.
That's a good idea. Could somebody put a load of belts perhaps onto the ammo train and send it up to this top outpost?
Yeah, I'm probably closest. Give me a minute.
Thank you. I say I probably only make it a few hundred just in case, and then I can do maybe. And I could do a bit more because I haven't done the. Actually, this power plant is presumably eventually going to be decommissioned because we're doing all of the power in the from the free things now. And it's just going to be a coal mine. So actually, it's still a mine, so it could still do with having a clean around it. Yeah, I feel like it must be I think it must be a global value for pollution. Sorry, for evolution, because I'm pretty sure that I've been having in my last playthrough, I was getting the gigantic biters even on planets where I hadn't really gone there and hadn't done enough on those planets to deserve them, should we say?
Yeah, so you can look at the evolution factor through the game API. If you type /evolution into the chat, it will tell you what the current evolution factor is.
Yeah, so yeah, and there's only one number there, so it probably is one number per one stat for the entire universe.
Yep.
There you go, Laurence.
Thank you. Yoink. So you had it set to leave when empty. Makes sense.
Yep.
Tristan, you may use the space now.
Oh,
Excellent, thank you.
I ran out of didn't realise, but I was hang on. Exactly one the stuff I had apparently I went up with exactly with 50 air purifiers and 100 blue inserters, and I needed 51 and 102. So there is one thing that hasn't been set up properly. All the rest.
What do you need?
It doesn't matter.
So two blues.
It was two blue inserters and an air purifier, but it doesn't really matter. This block is surrounded by other ones that are going to be filtered anyway, so it's not a problem.
Because that train is easy to send out again.
So in the entire time I was out setting all of that up, the guns used 4.5 belt pieces worth of ammunition. So that's presumably that's 18 magazines of ammunition, which is not very much. If you clear a planet, then you know you've made the planet safe and the biters will never come and get you. So it's sort of worth it to clear the planets. And there is in fact a plague rocket that you can use that will make a planet completely uninhabitable to absolutely everyone. So you'll need a life support system to survive on it.
Asteroids have biters on them?
Only on vitamin-length planets.
Ah, okay.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Crashing asteroid belts don't have biters because they're in space. But yeah, the meteorites that land will on vitamin-length planets will often bring biters with them, which is a bit of a surprise when it happens, and not a very nice one. Right. So there we go. The filters are making their way around here. So we've seen the air purifiers are starting to do their work, and they're also coming around this way as well. So these ones presumably will be kicking in as well. Yep. And eventually they'll make their way all the way around all of this nonsense that I've been building up, and we can start to make a bit of a dent in all of this horrible pollution you're seeing here. So this cloud here and this cloud, and then all of this drifting away from there as well. So we'll get rid of all of this, and hopefully that'll reduce the amount of attacks we get along here and reduce the amount of evolution we're getting, which is mostly from pollution. So we're getting 69% of our pollution from 69% of our evolution from pollution. Say that 10 times fast, and only a little bit from spawner kills. So yeah, that's not a great balance, but never mind. But we've discovered another planet. Oliran is an iron planet, and it also has crude oil, mineral water, beryl, rare metals, immersite. Ooh, immersite comes from immersite caves apparently. Also tiny amounts of other things as well. And Drakit is a cryonite planet. That's good. We're going to need lots of that. Has a bit of uranium, bit of rare metals, and smaller amounts of other stuff. So we've got vulcanite, oil, cryonite, and iron ore planets so far. Power gen is apparently going very well, because over here we have this system which is making free power. We've got a system where we grow wood in greenhouses. The wood then gets turned along with some oxygen that's generated here into something. Biomethanol, I think. Biomethanol gets turned into biomethanol. That then goes into these gas power stations, which are really noisy, and gets turned into power. So we're turning water into power and pollution, and then we're using these air scrubbers all the way up the middle to get rid of all of that pollution. So it's free. Once you've got it set up, it's free power. So that's pretty good. I'd say power generation is going pretty well. We've built quite a lot of these. I don't know how much each one of these is generating, but it's got to the point where we're now, as you can see, we're now charging up our banks of accumulators over here. These are 8.5 megajoules. These are not charging. Why are these not charging? Why are they not all charging at the same? Oh, do we get different animations depending on how much power is in them? Maybe we do. Okay.
No, these basically I built a power transfer station from our from the overall power network to just an network to produce steam.
Okay. So this is currently cut off, is it? Oh no.
Yeah. So basically, you see two substations. The top one is loading them, and the bottom one is unloading them at the same time.
Oh,
so
I
I'm just
see. Okay.
using it to decouple the power networks, so that in our main base we are only are never going to be short on power because of this
Oh,
system.
gotcha. So instead of using a switch that switches on and off depending on how much is in the accumulators, right? Okay, that's interesting. Cool. I'll have to I shall have to spend lots of time explaining how that works in the video. But yeah, it's a good idea. I like that. What's FERT? Have I Yeah, I don't know. How are the scrub?
Those
filters?
tanks are nearly full as well.
Yep. And
So we're
if
nearly
my math
ready.
is correct, that should be enough for the duration of the next CME.
Cool. That's impressive. Impressive we've got there. So you reckon there's we've run out of filters. So you reckon there's enough power? There's enough steam being stockpiled, and as you say, when you got your 240 turbines, there'll be enough power being produced from that steam. So awesome.
Yep, I invite someone to redo the math, but
That is 64 normal tanks.
Oh, fertilizer for the
I
wood.
think.
Okay. That's a lot of tanks. Right, I was going to shove in a roboport up here, but I failed miserably. Oh, and there isn't actually room either. We probably don't need this many boxes of ammunition. I reckon 2 boxes of ammunition is probably going to be plenty for this, and I could try and put squeezing this. I'm still not going to be able to squeeze a roboport in here though, because there's still other stuff in the way. I could make the rail go out the other way. That's probably the easiest way to do this. It's a bit weird, but I don't care.
there is again green modules in the glass.
That's weird.
That implies that something somewhere is. Whereabouts exactly is that?
It's at the here. I cleaned it up a few times now.
In the glass. Alright.
Oh, maybe no. There
Green
is a filter,
modules, did you say? Not
yeah,
green
green
circuits?
modules. No.
Because as far as I'm aware,
Oh yeah.
the only places green modules are being made is way down the other end of the bus.
Maybe there wasn't a filter on the storage chest here.
That's possible, but I've found two.
There
I
is
found
one
2
now,
storage
but
chests feeding into it, and they both got filters set now. And there isn't really anywhere else that stuff could be. Yeah, that's very strange.
Not sure when I
Is
set
it
the one left
bots
hand down.
crashing on the way over and dropping one?
That's possible.
would be
I
quite
mean-
strange if it happens like all the time with this.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
odd that it's
it's
happened
quite
more than
interesting,
once in
yeah.
the same place. Yes.
It's
Yeah,
probably
this
the
is
left hand
happening there
one.
right now.
The belt is full.
There's
so
also a cliff explosive on it and a pipe.
Is this on the glass bus further down? Is it?
We're tagged.
all right, yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's lots, as you say, lots of modules as well, and a greenhouse. It's very strange.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that the storage
Yeah.
chests have retrieved other things as well.
Yeah, maybe nobody's
The
programmed
left
them
hand
soon,
ones
have they?
I had to program it, but it was I'm not sure how long ago that was now.
Right, maybe
Right,
that
might
was
well be it.
maybe that was it. then.
Yeah. Because all of those ones I
Is
built,
anyone
I
near
thought
enough to go and grab that stuff
Yeah,
off there? Okay, thank you.
I'm checking the other
Because I'm blooming miles away.
over here as well. Yeah, and some robots. Strange. And a pipe.
It's slightly odd for robots to be on the bus at all.
I put them in a red chest
Oh,
because I needed them for my setup up there.
okay. All right, that makes some sense then. Actually, let's not redesign the wheel. Let's copy that from over here, where we're also doing exactly the same thing. We are unloading the robots into that. So put that in there like that. And then I realise I've run out of roboports, but I knew that anyway, so it's then we need to go decider combinators down here. So we have one for ammunition, filters the other way, roboports, and repair packs. Again, let's not redesign the wheel. We've done this before. Let's just copy all of this.
You reinvent the wheel.
What did I say?
Redesign.
Yeah, you're probably right. It means basically the same thing, so I'm not too bothered. But yeah, it's a. Whilst I normally am a bit of a fan of malapropisms, that's wasn't particularly intended that time. So if I link that over to, oh, I can't link that to there because the Roboport doesn't exist yet. But I can link that to there, and then output to there, and then we tell this station to actually, if look for green ticks and no, set train limit to green tick. There we go. That's better. It's currently 2, so we've got 2 things that are wrong. Okay, yeah, we don't have any bots. That's going to be that's going to cause the train to just go round and round in circles forever, and we don't have any filters, so that's good. All right, I'll jump in the train when it comes up, gets to here, and go and restock. Back to the beginning of the stream or the beginning of the entire playthrough. Either way, we'll see you either in a couple of hours or in a couple of days. Oh, thanks, Berkeley. Yep, as yeah, hope it's been a pretty good birthday so far. Let's put some. Oh no, we've got limits on these chests already. That's okay. It's going to mean we're going to have lots of ammunition.
No,
here,
Laurence,
fine.
we unlocked meteor defenses. If you want to give that a try.
Okay, cool. Yep, that's definitely something I want. I'll put it on my to-do list. I want to finish off the pollution scrubbing up here since I'm most of the way there now. Thank you, Gordon. Yeah, I think when we want to have, well, I mean, as you say, a slower route towards space. We're going pretty much as, I'm not going to say as fast as we can. We're going at a sort of a careful what feels like a careful, sensible, measured speed to trying to go into space reasonably quickly. It's a, yeah, it takes a little while to get all the stuff together, and we are trying to have a reasonably stable setup before we go. So we're not just sort of cobbling together the bare minimum to get us off the ground. But I wouldn't say we're going particularly slowly. Or maybe we are. Maybe I'm overestimating how long it should take. I'm going to switch this train over to manual for now. How far are we from space science? Well, we've got we've got rocket science, but not space science. So we're going to need to make cargo rockets in order to do that. So we need which we appear to have researched, because I can't see it in the top here, but I can see the things you get from it. So obviously we've oh no, satellite rocket. Cargo rocket. Oh no, we haven't got cargo rockets yet. That's down there. That's down there below rocket cargo safety, reusability, and survivability for some reason. But okay. Excuse me. So this is a research we can do now because we now have yellow science up and running, even if it's not necessarily particularly quick at the moment. So yeah, we can start working towards actually designing cargo rockets. So that'll be good. Thank you, Pooh. So yeah, it's still definitely some way to go before we're going to actually get to space. But why is that turned off? For goodness sake. Yeah, it's going to be a little while, and yeah, it's going to be a little while till we get up to space and start building up the space sciences and all that sort of stuff. But if we managed it in the next stream, I wouldn't say it might be. Maybe we'll manage it in the next stream. Maybe it'll take a bit longer than that. I'm not sure, but I don't think it's a huge distance off at this point. I think it's it's reachable. If we don't do it next week, I think we'll do it the week after. So that's roughly how far we are from space, I think. Thing is, I mean, yeah, we could have. I suppose we didn't need to do the big build out of massive smelteries and things up here, or massive oil production, but then we're getting through a lot of resources, and having that available to having that level of resources available, I think is very valuable. So whilst I could technically do it a bit slower, than we could do it, we could have rushed it a bit more. I'm not sure it would have been particularly useful, and I'm not sure we'd have been able to save that much time. Yeah, I don't know.
We might have got to space sooner, but then taken longer later.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going off to a different outpost. I didn't want to go to that outpost. Oh, fine. I'll fly back up on my own. Oh yes, I heard about the surface and orbit meteor defenses now being the same, and coronal mass ejection as well. So you can, yes, you just need one on the ground or in orbit, and you can defend against both. Actually, is that quite true with coronal mass ejection, or do you have to? I
Yep,
can't. Oh, it
believe
is.
so.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to make things a bit easier because it's a lot easier to make massive quantities of ammunition for things and massive quantities of power on the ground than it is in orbit. So, well, actually, the latter might not be quite so true actually, because you need with the with better solar, maybe it's easier to generate power up in orbit. But yeah, either way, it's another thing you need to do. It's nice to not to have twice as much of everything. Not that most of my planets tend to have anything in their orbits, but I suppose if we start using space elevators fairly heavily, then we might end up with a lot more stuff in orbit around places. Right, and now put that down there. We can now link that into everything. We've not got enough electricity. Why is this not all linked into the main power grid, or is it linked into the main power grid and everywhere is a short of electricity? No, it's not.
Nope.
How is this not? How have we got this far without this being linked into the main power grid? In fact, there's a missing pylon down here, isn't there? I remember. You know what? Let's stop flying around and being vague about it. Let's look at this. So
Missing one there, or there, or
yeah,
there.
and there's some funny business going around the bottom, but I think it is actually linked round. So yeah, as you say.
Is it lube you were requesting on the bus as the fluid?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's lube and water on the bus, and I think lube is the one that's currently missing and needs to be brought in by stuff. Yeah, and it gets a bit frustrating when meteors take out random chunks of your base as well. We don't want that to happen. Right, now we've got enough electricity. Good. So we should see, if we look at this now, we've got 2,000 ammunition, so this is outputting nothing. We've got no bots, so this is outputting a tick. We've got no filters, so this is outputting a tick. And we haven't got an excess of dirty filters because we haven't got any dirty filters, so that's not outputting a tick. So that's all working as expected. We should be calling a train. Yes, we have train limit set to 2, but the train is busy going off to a different outpost that was a bit closer, so it's we're going to have to wait for that to come over to the outpost resupply, which it's nearly at. Is it that station? I think it's that station. Yes, there it is. So it'll sit there for a moment. It'll restock with whatever it's just unloaded at the other end. I don't know what that was, but then once it's done that, hopefully it'll then have enough enough of everything it needs to come back straight up here and unload, and then we'll have the bots up here. Now, of course, we'll have bots, but I didn't. While I was faffing around up here, I didn't put the roboports in. So what I actually want to do here, that is already in construction mode, is I want to put more roboports in up here to cover this entire area with roboporterage. Yes, that is a technical term. Where do you have to be to link? There we go. Okay, so put that there. And now we've got, hopefully, no, we still haven't got full coverage. So now I need another one over here somewhere. Where can I squeeze this? I can't squeeze this in there because there isn't room. But if I put it there, it's going to have, yeah, that's enough to cover to the end of the world. Right, so now we've got enough roboport coverage over this way that it'll. Once I've got the, yeah, here comes the resupply train now. That can stop there and unload. Now there we go. We've got bots now, so that one's going off to do a repair because there was a repair required up there somewhere. Something had been damaged by the biters. I don't know exactly where. I don't really care because the bots will deal with it now, which is the whole point of having the construction bots up here. So put in another one of these up here somewhere. Will that do? Yeah. And another one over. Ooh. Come on. Alright, I'll put it there because I kind of have to. Place. Come on, construction bots. Where are my construction bots? Oh, I've run out again. Oh, goodness sake. I requested 20 of them, but... Oh, grumble. Apparently I didn't request them well enough. I don't know how far apart they need to be. I'll do it some other time. Someone put northern roboports on the to-do list, please. grump, grump, grump. But generally, this system is now going to be working. So up here we've got if I can press the right buttons, yes. Now we've got enough ammunition, so that's happy. We've got enough T, which is the robot, so that's happy. That's not outputting a tick. Got enough filters, although the filters won't last for very long because they're being fed out. They're still being fed out, and we haven't got them flooding back up here. Yeah, that's a bit of a worry. Have I messed up somewhere? And there's going to be a massive clump of them. So, oh no, it's still coming down here and working their way around, and yep, making it through there. All right, so in all that time I've been talking about this and other things, the filters have only made it this far. Good grief, that's ridiculous. True, that's a good point. We've got an orbit-to-orbit ship now, so we could potentially use that for stuff. My biggest concern with that ship is because it runs on ion stream, is that we're going to use all the fuel it's got up at some point, and then not have any more in order to bring it back to refuel. We've got some dirty ones as well. So we're not going to be able to then refuel it because it's going to have used up all of the available. There isn't any more fuel available essentially. So we shall see how that goes. So it looks like the first batch of filters got as far as this air purifier before they all just got eaten up by the machines that were trying to use them, and didn't make it all the way up to. Although it didn't make it all the way up, so there's some filters that haven't kicked in yet. However, yep, here's some more filters being brought up because we're ripping through them at a hell of a rate. But if we have a look at the map now, you can see that the pollution all the way along here has been essentially cleaned up all the way along the wall. There's a bit on the other side, but this will either get absorbed by the biter nests here in order to make biters, which is a bit of a shame, but it's what they do. So they'll make biters out of it, but that does absorb it and get rid of it. Or it'll sort of spread out, it'll be absorbed by the few trees that there are around here. Or it'll drift back this way, and the air purifiers will get it. So one way or another, we're going to get rid of all the pollution north of the wall, and we're not going to let any more get past because we've got this wall of filters going all the way across here. Down here is a bit more cleaning up required because these mines have been sitting here being dirty for a long time, and as you can see, it's filtered out, or drifted out all the way across this lake. But we will clean it up over here, and eventually it'll be sufficiently clean here that the pollution again will slowly drift back this way, and hopefully no more will get out because we've got the full ring of air purifiers going around the mines. I'm hoping that these ones down here that are next to the mines will be sufficient. You can't really tell because I think the mines are producing constantly and the air purifiers are pulling it in constantly. So this is sort of a never-ending battle between them. But basically, it's doing pretty well. Down here, it's being sucked up as quickly as it's released, as you can see. And some of this will drift in and get cleaned up as well. Now, eventually, once there's enough of the filters going around here that everything is stable, maybe I'll come in over here, put in a bit more round, and pick up this area as well, because this is still a mine that's dirty and spitting out loads and loads of gunk and just is generally horrible. And so I'd like to clean that up. And after that, well, Marc put in the filters around this one when he put this one in, so this one's never had a chance to get particularly bad. The oil processing here. It's not great, but it's not awful. And then we've got the purifiers across here to deal with most of that. Pollution per minute per purifier is minus 75 a minute. So when you're putting in something like one of these core drills, these spit out to 200 a minute, which is why there's 3 here. So this is pulling in about 225 per minute. So this is running slightly faster than this is. These are pulling in more than that is kicking out, basically, but only just. So they're quite well balanced for each other. So this pollution's all up here has probably come from the bus, not from this core mining drill. Mike has been busy wiping out the biters a lot. He's sort of fought all the way through here and dealt with them all around here. But in general, if you can avoid the biters attacking, it's very worth doing because biter attacks just eat up resources. If you have even ignoring them doing damage, which they often don't, because if you've got a good defensive setup, then they don't do any damage. We can, and ours seem to be good enough, despite the fact that we've got the guns spaced this far apart, because we are still only on about medium biters, I think. Oh no, we've got big biters and big spitters now. Yeah, got up to bigs. But these guns do seem to be sufficient somehow, which is quite impressive. No, let's not do that. yeah, so this seems to be sufficient because we're not blowing out lots and lots of pollution, so we aren't getting huge numbers of biters attacking. So if you have lots of biters attacking, you get through lots of ammunition, which means lots of iron, lots of copper, lots of steel, lots of coal. It's just war is expensive, as we all know. So yeah, if we can keep it, if we can minimise the amount of biter attacks, then it is just cheaper in general, and and we won't rip through anything like as much iron as we would otherwise. Oh dear, there's a problem. Let's go and deal with that then. So core mining is supposed to produce a bit of everything, and it's meant to be a bit of a faff because it's free resources. There we go. That's fixed that. Oops. I knew I wouldn't be able to do the entire thing without making at least one mistake somewhere. Yeah, so core mining produces everything. That's the whole. That's the point of it, and it's sort of free. But you can. So what we've got down here for our core mining setup is we have. Let's switch the lights on. There we go. Core mining produces the core chunks, which go through here. They're then fed into all of these pulverizers up here, which turn the core chunks into all of the different resources. And then we're sorting them with a warehouse here, as you can see, and then feeding them all out to be then processed. So we're not producing the resources anything like fast enough to keep our base satisfied, but we are producing all of this stuff we're producing is free. It just costs electricity, and you don't need to worry about going out and setting up additional mines. So it's quite nice having this system here to just produce a little bit of extra top up to keep everything running and everything ticking over. Now, if you go out to yeah, so I say it produces all of the resources. That's not true, as Biscuit Cookie is pointing out. It produces all of the mundane resources plus also pyroflux, and yeah, that's it actually. It's all the resources you can get on Norvis plus pyroflux. If you go off to other planets, if you go to a Vulcan, if you go to a cryonite planet, for example, then your core mining will also produce cryonite. If you go to a holmium planet, your core mining will also produce holmium ore. So you've got the extra ores coming out for that particular planet, and that makes it a little bit more complicated. But again, it's all just free ores. And so again, speaking for 0.5 and no Krastorio², I found that when I got to the point of that I was actually taking core mining seriously, my remote planets, apart from the Vitamelange planets, but all my remote planets were just using core miners. I didn't need a vulcanite mine or a beryllium mine or a holmium mine. The core mining was able to produce enough of that particular resource that I could process it to supply all of my needs, and it then produce some normal core chunks as a happy byproduct that I could ship back to Norvis and pulverize into all of the mundane resources. So this meant that by the end of it, I reckon that most of my resources, except for copper, most of my resources were coming from core mining, and the copper was coming from. I'd set up a core mining system on a copper planet that was producing copper cores, that was producing enormous quantities of copper, more than I knew what to do with, and loads of core fragments, and well, some core fragments as well. So I was shipping all of that back to Norvis, and that was so basically all of my resource requirements were coming from core mining. Actually, I tell a lie, that's not quite true. I did have a uranium mine on an asteroid belt, and I think I had. I can't remember. No, I thought about setting up an iron mine on another asteroid belt, but I never actually needed it because it was just copper was the one I was getting through more of. It was the only one that was really a problem. Stone was sort of problems at various times, but it sort of basically sorted itself out. It wasn't too bad. So yeah, the core mining eventually will produce all of the resources you need. At the moment, we're only core mining on one planet, and the more core drills you put in on your one planet, the slower they will run. So it's a diminishing returns. But as it is, it's producing enough to to take the edge off the resource requirements quite a bit. We may well need. I mean, at the moment, we haven't discovered a beryllium planet. We've got an iron planet. We've got a cryonite planet. In my previous run, my cryonite planet had loads of beryllium on it as well, so I was able to do both of those with just. So I didn't have a beryllium core mine. I had, come think of it, I had a beryllium. I had a beryllium mine, but I wasn't using all that much of it. But yeah, so you could be right, Gordon. If 0.6 requires a lot more beryllium, then we might need to do something different. We shall see. But then also the asteroid belt has massive quantities of beryl, so we might go for that one for the beryllium supplies. And then we can go here for vulcanites, again possibly through core mining. We shall see. And initially, when I went out to all of these planets before, I didn't do the I didn't do core mining. I set up the traditional styles of mine because I hadn't really played with core mining. I didn't know how powerful it was. But now that I know a lot more about this, I think it's something I might decide to do. Oh, that's
For your information, I connected the core miners to the power grid since we solved power.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. This is interesting. There's not very much iron ore making it out to the iron production. The storehouse is not being as balancy as we hoped they would be. Well, I mean, we knew they weren't brilliant at being balanced, but this is worse than we were expecting. I think I could do that. That'll help a bit, or that as well. Oh, it's got suddenly more. Oh, there's less go. Is there less going in? Yeah, there's less going in. That's why there's less going out there. I was going to not limit it completely. I was going to just.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the logic.
Okay, cool.
They're
Right.
not doing anything at the
I'm
moment.
not doing anything. There's no circuit logic. That's why it's okay.
You're standing there looking at it, so I'll leave you to it. I think yes.
That was what?
From my sample size of
Originally,
2, possibly plus calling it 3 if I jump to conclusions based on what Gordon said. Yes, I think the first asteroid belt is always beryllium heavy. I think.
I can make that 4 because it was in my 0.5.
Okay. N equals 4. It looks like it looks like your first asteroid belt is going to be it's going to have a massive supply of beryllium on it, probably. I don't know whether it's based on the speed of the loads. I also don't really know why we've got red loaders on there when we're only loading it in at yellow admittedly from both sides, but still.
I'm just slowly speeding the whole thing up.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, we have a smeltery where about 75% of it is going to be unusable because the input's too slow.
Yeah, that's very true. Yes. Yeah. Now you mention it, Biscuit Cookie. I think you're. Yeah, that fits with what I had before. I don't think I had a beryl planet, but there was enough on my cryonite planet that it didn't matter. Oh yeah, we're researching nuclear power. That's quite exciting.
Thought we solved power.
We have, but nuclear power is just it's on the to-do list, I guess. Who designed this? Oh well. Let's remove that. Then I can put that in. In fact, I can put. There's 2 that aren't. Nope, that's got a pipe in the middle. There's 3 that aren't. Don't have any other nonsense on them. I can do that. I'm going to fly back down again. Right. So, do I now reckon? The question is, do I now reckon that everything is working up here with the filtration, the air purification? I think it must be because I don't see a backup. I don't see the filters backing up. Yeah, that looks promising. We've now got a decent number in. That was weird. The light went up and level went up and down as somebody navsatted up the map and back down it again.
Yep.
Yeah, so we've got a decent number of filters in this chest here, so they're being gradually unloaded onto here. We've got the reloads coming around here. So in theory, this will stay. It will only need to replenish the ones that have been used up by the system. However, half of the ones that are going up here are going to be going off to the left, which is not bringing them back yet because we've had a shortage of them. So there's probably a gap going the other way as well. So we still have a bit of topping up to do here, but each time it runs low and the train brings a load more up, then that'll help solve that problem. So I think this problem is it's not a solved problem, but it is a problem that is going to solve itself without needing any extra input from me. So that's nice. Okay, I think I'm prepared to call this filtration system up here, air purification system up here done. So I'm going to head back down and make some meteor defense ammunition, weapons and ammo.
And the umbrella, maybe?
Oh yeah, and the umbrella, yes. Basically, defend from angry space-time. So that's a thought. I mean, presumably we're not going to, given that we have essentially a free supply of power, we're probably not going to bother with nuclear. This uranium is just going to go into the various science packs that require it. So we're just going to be stockpiling
We'll
it.
Use it for landfill.
Oh, that's so wrong.
Has someone disabled the this oil field?
Yes, I did.
Okay. We have no oil.
Oh, okay.
The
That does
entire
not
oil
sound like the
processing
correct
has
amount of oil.
stopped.
Okay, yeah. Feel free.
Okay.
Right. Let's do meteor
I
defense
saw-
first because we've got more time. That's going to be needed or wanted sooner. Meteor. So we want these things. Meteor defense installation. That's oh, blue circuits.
Yeah, I looked at that and saw the blue circuits and I said, no, that's something for Laurence.
Any umbrellas? I can't spell umbrella. Can anyone spell umbrella? I can't. That's interesting.
Can you send them my umbrella?
Ella. So yeah, I searched for umbrella and it didn't come up, even though it's called umbrella. And I searched for defense and it did come up, even though it's called umbrella. Okay, that's also blue circuits. It's a fairly similar recipe. It's blue circuits, batteries, concrete, copper, and stuff. So yeah, I guess I'm going to be looking into blue circuits then. Why did I close that? Processing units. Red circuits, rare metals, and sulfuric acid. That's not too bad, actually. I feel like I should probably be making a red circuit. Yeah, I definitely should be making a red circuit. Oh dear, that's going to be another. Well, there's silicon and oh, bloody hell. Right, okay. So I'm going to need to make a red circuit factory, and then make another, and then make a blue circuit factory as well. So so we're going to need so we've already got the green circuit factory, but then in order to actually, then we're going to need to feed that over to also make red circuits, and then make the whole thing a third time in order to make blue circuits off the end of that as well. So at least blue circuits don't require green circuits, but they do require red circuits. And from what I think I've heard, they require more red circuits than they do in vanilla. So yeah. Now, what I don't do when I'm playing these games is pull the green circuits for the red circuits and the blue circuits off the green circuits for the green circuits. But I'm wondering whether that's sensible. Whether I should just no. I think it's absolutely fine for the green circuits, but that's a for now, and I know we're gonna need more of them in the future.
Always is at this stage.
Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna make another green circuit production facility, and then tack red circuits onto the side of it, and then make another one, copy that, and get the whole thing, and make red circuits from that. Now, so I was thinking then, can I just copy and paste this whole thing? And the answer is no, I can't, because I'm going to require additional pylons. No, ingredients. So this is going to have to be extra tall in order to get in. What do I need for red circuits? I'm going to need iron. No, I'm not. That's something else. I'm going to need silicon, plastic, and glass. And no, not sulfuric acid. That's something else. Okay, silicon, plastic, and glass are the additional ones that are required.
Have a look at this, a weird balancing issue that I don't understand.
That is very weird. I don't know what the rules are with loaders and storehouses or warehouses or anything like that. It seems to be a bit weird, TM. It's almost as if it works round them in an order, and that order is. It could be one of those things where the order is related to what order they were placed down in. Try picking up that one that's getting all of the stone going upwards and putting it down again. So
On the flip side, if it's out of the synchronization matters.
So back in the Dark Ages, which the order you put pipes down in mattered for how well fluids would flow. And the devs did all kinds of work and black magic and stuff like that to get to the point where it now, I believe it doesn't actually matter now. I suspect the same levels of black magic have not been done with loaders, and therefore the order you put them down in is the order that it scans through to see if they need to do something.
It could be.
I mean, on the plus side, at least that means you can set your priorities manually by choosing what by putting the by picking loaders up and putting them down again. But on the downside, that's horrible.
It
So
makes me sad.
yes, have fun. Right. So actually, I've repondered a little bit, and I think what I'm tempted to do, and tell me what you think of this, is to have a red circuit production facility that calls for green circuits, plastic, glass, and silicon, and so so the green circuits are brought in by train, and that way we can do it the traditional town way of if we don't have enough green circuits, we build up another town to make green circuits. Or do you think I should just go full on? Let's just make another town that does makes green circuits and then turns them into red circuits. I don't have a strong opinion at the moment.
I was listening,
So-
but I didn't hear anything. Say again?
I wasn't listening because I was setting something up for Mike.
And I don't.
There you
That
go.
scares me.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I fixed it.
So my question is, should I basically my question boils down to should I set up a separate green circuit production for red circuits so that even if the red circuits are in high demand, you don't run out of green circuits for everywhere else. And then my second thought was so there's three possibilities. One is to tap off the existing green circuit belts to take them straight over to the red circuit production facility. I think that's probably a bad idea because I'll run out of room around this warehouse, and just it feels like a bad idea. Second possibility is to have a red circuit production facility that requests green circuits by train. Third possibility, which is what I've traditionally gone for, is to have the red circuit production facility also make green circuits on site, and then also have, so therefore by extension the blue circuit production facility makes green circuits and red circuits on site. So you've got all of the circuit, so all of it's completely self-contained. If we went for the middle one and we decided there weren't enough green circuits, then we could just set up another green circuit town to make more of it. That would just be a copy paste, so it wouldn't be the end of the world.
And that
sounds
would
like a smart
probably
idea.
happen.
But it does
I
mean
would say not the first one.
yeah.
One of the
Agreed.
other two.
Okay, well, I'll go with the one that's probably the easy one, slightly easier one, which is to assume that which is to go have multiple towns of green circuits and then let the train sort it out. Now this is slightly less good because we don't have LTN, but it's still probably going to be okay, probably. And on the subject, Espresso Dan, the reason we've decided to play without LTN is because we always do play with LTN, so it's going to be interesting and a bit of a different challenge to play without it because it's just it's a change, really. It's going to be interesting to try something slightly different. So yeah, that's the theory. Okay, so in that case, that means for this, I'm going to need, in order to make the red circuits, I'm going to run through this again. Red circuits takes copper. Okay, I'm going to need extra copper. I'm not going to say. I'm only going to save one input ingredient. I don't think it. In fact, I'm not going to save any because you bring in copper. So instead of bringing in stone, I'd bring in green circuits. No, I don't. I've changed my mind. Having looked at the number of different ingredients that are required for green circuits, specifically it's 2. It's not very many. I think there's no point, and one of which is required anyway separately for red circuits. I think I'm just going to go straight up build the whole thing in from a single town. So it's going to be copper and stone and silicon and plastic and glass. So that's 5. Tristan, because you don't trust me, do you want to build me a station? Do you want to build me a station area that does 5 inputs and 1 output?
Can do.
Thank you. All solids. There's no liquids required for this at all.
You want the same style as the green circuits one?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Altogether.
Might as well. It works well enough like that. I think I'll have to have some of the things going off to the right to the warehouses because I'm going to run out of space for the warehouses. And well, you can get a fourth station in, I reckon. But since there's going to be 6, yeah, some of them are going to have to go off to the right. But that's fine. Yes. The first two are going to be exactly the same. We're going to need copper and stone bricks for the making the green circuits.
Okay. You just won't need to. Well, I thought you were doing the other one.
No,
But...
I was planning to, and then I decided not to, because there's two inputs for green circuits, one of which I'm going to need anyway for the red circuits. So I'd have the same number of stations. So I thought I might as well just combine the things. It's not going to
Fair
add any
enough.
significant simplicity. Oh, so we can write in green. That's something we can use the uranium for. I hope that's when you do make uranium text plates, if I can find them. I hope they're made out of cold uranium, not hot uranium. They are. That's okay. That's nice. Yeah. So the first two input ingredients are going to be the same as well, so that might make it even easier to copy over. I think I'm going to upgrade the output belts, at least the output belts from the copper one to red belts, and tweak the design of my green circuit production a little bit. But that's probably not your problem.
4 inputs, did you say?
No, 5 inputs, 1 output. Cool. Yeah. Oh, good. Chat agrees that we should have one big town that produces the green and reds in situ, and then by extension, that's going to mean one really big town, presumably that provides the greens, the reds, and the blues. Sorry, that produces greens and reds to make the blues. Although at that point, there isn't going to be the same savings on stations. So I think at that point, I might just pull from the red town, because if we look at the recipe for the blue circuits, that just takes in that only has 3 inputs, and none of them overlap. So I reckon this is going to be much easier to just pull in the red circuits from this town and potentially just build another, or I could build a copy of the red circuit town right next door in order to build the red circuits for it, and then just feed across and have another one, as I say, right next door that just takes where the belts just go straight in without worrying about it. Yeah, I feel like this is a nice. I had a little bit of help from chat when I was designing this, to get this lovely symmetrical butterfly effect going on with the 1, 2, 3, or technically 1, 4, 6. But yeah, the ratios worked really nicely. This is just a pleasing design, so it's a lovely way to make it. Oh yeah, I definitely need to have something that's outputting greens and reds. It's just the question is whether you make more greens in order to make the reds, or whether you make more reds in order to make the blues, or whether you tap off the ones you're already making here in order to make the other ones. And it's a difficult decision. Why don't you go up from the bottom stacker?
I am.
Oh, you are. Okay. Okay, just lots of copy pasting. Oh,
Yeah.
all the way up. That isn't what I meant, but never mind. Doesn't matter.
That's probably excessive.
Yeah, but no, yeah. My thought was you'd have the stacker and then it feeds in the middle, and and then the lines split to go up or down, and so the higher up stations have things coming in from below, and the lower down stations have the line coming in from above. But it doesn't matter.
Not sure they're spaced apart appropriately for that.
Okay. Well, that's barely worth it. Let's not bother with that, because there's a turnaround point right here, so it's not far away. Acceleration is the deceleration lanes, if anything, because this is the way into the station. But yeah, it makes sense. Okay, I don't want to start building just yet. I don't think. I'll just get in his way. Not your way, Tristan's way.
There you go. I think that's done.
Cool.
I haven't put any of the output belts.
No,
I figured
I can see that. And you have
you'll decide which way you want to go.
All the roboports, but I can help with that. Oh, there's a pylon in the way for this one.
I figure roboports are going to get in the way of belts, so it'll let you place them where you want.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, let's. Well, this one can just.
Needs a little bit of landfill there.
Yeah, I noticed that. Let's start off with some happy copy pasta because this bit is going to be exactly the same. In fact, this bit is going to be exactly the same.
You're doing the whole copper and
Yeah, the whole
stone
copper and
bricks
stone
part.
bit is going to be the same. Apart from that bit of rail there, which I don't want. So all of that's exactly the same. Got the copper and the stone brick coming in here. I'm going to want to upgrade the copper belts here, but that's okay. I can do that in a bit. So let's copy all of that. I can't go any... Well, I could go 1 square further across, but I can't realistically go any further across. So let's just do that. Okay, I'm going to need to put some undergrounds in there, but that's fine. Then, is there... No, there isn't... Oh, there isn't... Alright, maybe I don't want to do that, actually. What if I take all of this and move it across one? So instead of there, it goes there. That's as far across as that warehouse can go. Then that means I can squeeze one in, a warehouse in here. Oh, of course, I could have just used a smaller warehouse because I don't know what sort of throughput I'm going to need on this. But then I suppose because I don't know what sort of throughput I'm going to need, I probably should just leave it high.
That was close, Mike.
It was indeed. That's how I like to live life. Dangerously.
Donkey on the edge.
I'm donkey on the edge. That was a terrible impression. I apologize. I didn't. You can hear from that one that got like a syllable in it. Went, nah, it's not happening.
Accents are hard.
Yeah.
Let's not put that there. Let's put that there. Probably there. Oh, shut up! Stop with the can't reach. I know you can't reach. That's one. Those all come over here like this. This comes over like this, and then oh wait, like that. Slightly awkward, but never mind. And then we have a massive quantity of loaders all the way along here. Hopefully it'll rotate them in a sensible way. I don't know. I don't trust the bots not to do something stupid. So let's try that again. Load. There we go. Oh, I can't get that one because there's a tree in the way. Right. Okay. Well, we'll see if the bots do anything sensible or not when it comes back to that bit. Then the next one, I can't do that because there isn't going to be any more room to. Oh, actually, that's not true. I could put one more in here. I could put one more in here and have the belts go straight up here. Then these two are going to have to go out. Well, that one's going to have to go out that way, and then this one can go straight up because it's the last one. Oh, didn't mean to get that bit. There we go. Do that. That's going to probably need a red underground, I imagine. But we'll... Oh no, it's not. That's going to be all right. It's going to be upgraded. That one doesn't need to be upgraded to red necessarily. Okay, so that's that bit. Now we want to have a load of these things in place. So, and I could just copy the whole. Yeah, let's copy the whole thing and then fiddle stuff around a little bit from there. Use this as a starting. This is a good starting point because it's got all of it. In fact, let's get rid of trim out all of. Oh no, I'm going to need a bit of space above these for the belts to do things in order to get into those warehouses for the pickup station. Let's just make sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a pickup. Good. It's quite a big. So there's quite a lot of space in there, but that's probably a good thing, really. Okay, so down here we can get rid of all of this because we're not going to be feeding the green circuits out here because the whole point is that we're not making. The whole point is that we're making the green circuits in order to make something else. So that's fine. We'll get rid of all of that. And we'll get rid of this bit as well because I never used that on the other one. And I'm going to keep the numbers the same for now. So we'll just keep producing the same number of green circuits we were before and then have a quick think about how many red circuits we can make out of that. It's all a little bit arbitrary, but this is doing quite well for basically swallowing up all of the copper that's being brought in by the other bit.
Are you doing that by based on wood or stone?
Stone.
Okay.
Yeah, with the basically the whole thing here runs off one yellow belt of stone bricks is enough to make all of the green circuits. Whereas if it was wood, you'd need to be feeding in about I think you need something like twice as many belts of wood as you have belts of copper, and that'd be obscene.
Okay.
Or at least excessive. Ooh, I'm going to need to get some more copper out of there as well to turn into the red circuits, so I'll feed that up. But first, let's consider this, which needs to be turned around. And right, yes, that was the next thing I was going to do. I was going to take this and move the whole thing one to the left, like that, and then that belt is no longer in use. Oh yeah, that bit would also be moved one to the left. There we go. And then over here, this lot will be moved two to the left. So basically, I'm doubling up on the middle belts, because if I upgrade the belts, then I don't need to have as many. Then I don't need as many belts of copper being brought in, basically. So that's going to be. So there, yes, that was there. So I want them to share a belt like that. I want them to play nicely together. And then I want to go, what on earth am I doing here with these? So that's stone slabs coming in there, or stone bricks coming in there. So we're going to need an underground there like that. We're also going to need this belt to feed in there, because that's a copper one. And then we can get rid of this one as well. That means then I can sort of rejigger everything across here. So we've got one going across like that. This is the second one going up there. But actually, what I want to do is I want the free belts to go around the left hand side to go up to the top to be then made into more copper cables for the red circuit production. So first one goes up there, that's fine. Second one goes up there, that's done. This one will then go up here like that, so we don't need this. And that means the final one, this one, will then go over here and become that one, which means this can carry on like that, and this one can go over there, and boom, I've got 2 belts worth of copper coming that's just finding its way around the outside in order to go up to be made into the red circuits. So that's sorted that out. Now there's probably some rogue underground belts around here now, like these ones. Let's do that. That's fine now. Okay, so that's
We
gonna.
now have personal trains.
Really?
Oh, cool.
People
Oh,
may
yeah.
need to set their colours appropriately.
It looks like they're all set appropriately.
Mike's isn't right,
Mike's is
but
a bit of
I
a
can't
dirty
figure out.
orange, but that's fine. It's just Mike. I think Factorio has a sort of the grimy aesthetic where you can't really make a bright orange, so that sort of browny orange is probably
Yeah.
going to be the best you can get, I suspect. Where am I? Oh, here we are. This is where I'm playing. So, yeah. So that's all my green circuit production. I need to upgrade. Well, let's upgrade all of these to reds, because it ain't going to work with them all well. It's kind of going to work with them as greens, but not as well as I want it to. So especially this one up here, and this one down here. The outer ones actually can stay as yellows. They will be fast enough, but these need the speed doubling. Technically, these ones don't. These are the ones that are taking the stone around. They don't need to be upgraded, but I've dragged it over them now. They can stay like that. So I've turned this belt round here. I need to turn this one round. The underground belts are probably all wrong, but I might need to wait for them to be. Oh no, I can probably turn them. I probably can turn them. Oh no, it's turned them round as well. Nice, as I dragged across them. Excellent. I was hoping that would happen, but I didn't like to assume. Okay, so that's stage 1 complete. We now have three red belts of green circuits coming out. Well, I don't know if they'll be completely full, but we have a decent amount of them anyway. That's true. That's a good idea. Yeah, let's do that, Mr. Rack. That's a good idea. Yeah, let's so we're going to split the red, the belt that's feeding the outer two, like this. I've put some blues in here because I've double upgraded. Yeah. The question is now, how do I spaghetti this out of here? I suppose the obvious answer is I move this a little bit further down and give myself a little bit of room to play. This can be yellow at this point, can't they? But never mind. I'm using red, and red will allow me to. No wait, do do that. No, it'll have to come across higher up. That. And that means we upgrade this one to red and feed it onto there. That one goes onto there. That one goes out here and becomes its own belt. And then this yellow one here comes across like that. And we feed that like that. And what was this? Oh, yes, this is that one. So that one's now, yeah, there we go. So we're now feeding the 2 outer belts from one belt, and we've got 3 red belts coming up here in case we need a bit more input than I realised. I'm tempted to bring these ones over here as well and join them in and have a block of the belts going up that way, but I think that might actually be less useful than I would expect. So now I need to deal with the making the words. Need to make the electronic components, and as we saw down here, somewhere here. That's a supply of silicon and plastic and glass, and that'll make the electronic components. And we have a stack this high, and that's producing for quite a lot of stuff. So it might be enough for this many red belts. I should probably do the maths and try and work out red circuits. I should do the maths and try and work out what we've got here. Yeah, that'd be a sensible thing to do, wouldn't it? Yeah, and that seems like the same number of machines are going to probably going to be about right. No, actually, no. It's this number seems to be able to feed about twice as many of these at a glance because we've got half of them coming up here and half going down here, and that is a splitter that neither side is blocked up. So we've got half of it going each way. So, and these are all running just. I think it's probably not quite 100%. That said, that green light hasn't gone out. Yeah, it seems to be exactly right, which is quite impressive. Right, okay, so that's worth knowing. How's this? This is over-spec'd for it though. So each pair of these. So 1, 2, 3, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You could
use rocket fuel for the trains now, right?
Is that just coming off one?
We could. Do we want to, since that uses oil?
I reckon these are about 1 to 1. Let's see if that looks right let's check the actual numbers. Advanced circuit. So that's 4 electronic circuits every
the other one uses coal,
5-ish seconds. And we make 1 every. Let's look at different numbers. So in assembly machine 1, it produces 1 circuit every 1 circuit per second. Oops, I didn't mean to favourite that. Here it uses 4 every 8 seconds. Yeah, so every one of these is good for 2 of these. So that means because I've got 4, 8, 12, 16, 32, 48, I can have 96 red circuit machines, which will require 48 machines making the previous step. Okay, that's not too bad. So 48 machines making the electronics components. Now, how are we doing for numbers on here? This belt is absolutely fine and not remotely overloaded, despite having 8 machines running off it.
We've got a shortage of iron ore coming in.
So let's start with this design and just make many of them. So I said 48 of these. This is 8. So I need 6 columns. And I think I'm going to put these in from this side. Or should I put them? Let's go wide. Then I can put the red circuit production on the top and have all of the components feeding up into it. That feels nicer. So 6 of these. 1, 2. Oh, direct insertion. That's an interesting idea. There's a lot of. Oh, is that practical? That would be quite nice because it's. What are the number of inputs like? I've lost them again. Where are my red circuits? Okay, so we've got the 3 inputs going into there. Could I have that direct insert into these into each pair of these? There's another two ingredients needed. Yeah, that would work. Yeah, that's a good idea. So yeah, let's redesign that completely, and then I can shove it straight in above all of this as well, which is always pleasing. So we have. Oh, we're going to need the copper cables as well. I'll think about that in a moment. So we have one of those feeding directly into 2 of these like that. So there's going to be 2 belts, 2 input belts here that's carrying in the components for the bits for the components, the electronic components. They feed directly into here, where there's another 2 things being brought in here, and then the red circuits come out. However, one of the other things that's being fed in is a copper cable, which I need to make on site, I believe. Yes, so we do need to bring in copper cables. Now, how many copper cables are needed for each one of those? So we've got 4 copper cables every 8 seconds. So 1 copper cable every 2 seconds. And those are made 2 every second. So it's a ratio of 1 to 4. So I can't do direct insertion without having massive machine wastage. Which isn't, I mean, machine wastage isn't a problem. I could put a copper machine there and have it there and have it feeding into these 2. Oh, and then, no, here we go. And then I could have it also feeding into these 2 that are also fed from this machine. Yes, I'm starting to like this. This is another constructional butterfly. I'm not getting the copper will have to come into this straight up the middle. That's fine. We can do that. Yes, I like this. I'm gonna take my character over there and start putting some of these machines down so I can actually label them and tell what they're doing. I am going to turn my robots off though, or I'm just going to start building all kinds of nonsense that I don't want. Yeah, this is quite pleasing. So up here we have a machine in the middle that's making copper cables. That's feeding out into the machines that are making the actual red circuits. And then right on the outside, we have the machines making the electronic components. That's these things. And then it's just direct insertion all the way down, as they say. There and there, and then we're going to have those there and there. These take long enough to build that I'm not worried about the long-handled inserters not being fast enough. And then we can use the fast underground belts, of course, to go across, to link across there. There. Sadly, this is. Oh no, that. Oh wait, this can all fit in perfectly. So we do that there. Then we have an inserter there to put the copper parts, the copper in there. This is then all the bits and pieces for the electronics components, silicon, the glass, and I forget what it was, plastic, I think. Yeah, I like that. That's a neat and tidy thing, and that way we need those as well to bring the constructed circuits out. That's really elegant. Yeah, I like that. And then we're going to need to do the same thing over here with the red circuits being brought out like that. This is just going to be a mirror of it. Actually, can I copy flip? Yes. That was different. I didn't leave enough space. Right, okay, let's get rid of that. Bump, bump, bump. Dump. Right, paste that again, flip it, drop it in there. Right, okay. That's really nice. I like that. Thank you for making me think of that. I'm yeah, pleased with that as a sort of as a nice tileable neat, elegant solution. And also, even more pleasingly, it looks very, very similar to this one. Yes, there's a few more belts running through, but basically it's the same sort of, almost the same sort of butterfly design, except instead of having three on the sort of 3 machines on the end here, we've only got the one. Okay, excellent. So we're going to need it. So we need copper going up the middle. We need all the 3 ingredients going up each side of here. But otherwise, that's nice. I like it. Let's make lots. Now I'm trying to remember how many I said I was going to make. It was going to be 96 of these, wasn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I could do that. No, I don't want to do that because I don't want to do that because the two different belts have got different things on them, and I wanted to position it so that the things that are needed in larger quantities are on the near side. I could do that actually. That would be fine. So that's 12, 24, 48. Do I want to go up? I don't know how fast the belts are going to be. That's the problem here. I could use loaders. No, it's more the red inserters that the problem. The blue inserters are fast enough. The red inserters might not be, and I don't think you can get long-handled loaders because that'd be weird. So I'm just trying to decide how best to arrange 4 blocks of this. I think having it go vertically higher would be quite nice as long as the belts are fast enough, but I don't think they are. But they're pretty close, but they're not quite. I think they're not quite fast enough. So let's have one. Let's go out wide in both directions like that. Then I can get rid of this bit here because that was just me making things up as I was planning. It's not quite centered. Where's the middle? There's the machines in the middle. Let's line them up just to be sort of nice. But I'm going to need a large amount of space for sorting out the all the belt inputs. So put that up there for now. Pick up these because I've moved everything around a bit. Yeah, that's satisfying. I'm pleased with that. I'm not sure. It's getting a bit late though, and I did say I was tired and I wanted to go to bed early. So this isn't so far hasn't happened, but we shall see. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. I've got 3 belts of copper being brought up here. So I think we're going to do the cheap balancer trick here, where we use the red loaders that I totally haven't got. If I copy that, yeah, there we go. Can do that, and then we need 4 of them coming out to the top here. There you go. Right. I'm not sure what the best way to put belts in. Let's just start at the top and work downwards like this, because it's only 4 wide, so anything can skip over that easily enough with underground belts. And then we'll see whether I've got enough space for everything as we go along. And if not, then I can just move the whole lot upwards. It's not the end of the world. I think my biggest concern at the moment is whether the red belt of copper is going to be sufficient to produce all of the well, no, actually, yeah, I can only manage 3/4 of a red belt of copper. Whether that copper is going to be enough to do all of these wires, cables, but I think it is because there's not that many machines on each one of these columns. I think that's going to be absolutely fine. Then we need the green circuits, so they're going to go up. I've forgotten the recipes. What is it for these things? Copper cables, green circuits, and electronic components. Well, the electronic components are being fed directly in. The copper cables are being fed directly. Notice it's the green circuits go onto these belts. Yeah, okay. So it's just a full belt for the green circuits. What I want to do here is probably have another one of these. I probably don't want to put it here, but I don't know. I'll put it there anyway. Oh, but how many? No, I'm going to need more belts coming out of this. Yeah, I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 belts coming out of this. So Let's put that a bit higher up. If I put that there, then I can feed these 3 belts into the bottom of it and then have the lots coming out the other side of it. So this one will come over here, feed in there. Splitter and a loader. Yes, but I'm not using undergrounds and inserters. So for these things, for the electronic components, if I remember correctly, which I possibly don't, I'm not sure. The electronics components, they take two of each thing. But the point is, there's going to be 2 ingredients on this belt and 1 ingredient on this belt. So this one only has to work half as hard as this one. So that should be okay. Whereas to get 2, I suppose I could put a splitter here, and no, I'd have to put it'd be quite a bit more effort to put splitters and inserters, splitters and loaders for all of these. And these are easily going to be fast enough because they're only going to require 2 items every several seconds. 2 items every 5 seconds. Then they can easily do that. Oh, for the copper cables. No, I meant whether the belt would have enough throughput. But yeah, that's true. I could, if I needed to, I could move this up one and have a splitter and an inserter with the under. Yeah, that's true. I could do that. If I have a throughput problem with that, then I'll do that. But at the moment, I'm expecting it to be okay. I'm cautiously optimistic, as they say. Right, so that's those going in. Apart from the fact I've not put those in, and then we're going to have 8 of them coming out. This is going to be where the belt shenaniganery gets difficult, I suspect. That's the first one. Second one comes in here. I think I'm going to have to feed the output belts out the top. Either that or move everything up quite a long way. We shall see how it goes, though. Oh, getting the silicon and the plastic and the glass and stuff in is going to be difficult as well. Maybe that'll go in. Could go in from the top as well, but or maybe I will just. I think it might be easier just to bring it in at the top, and I think that's probably justifiable. Yeah, let's do that. I think that's probably the way to go. Yeah, because this will fit in. This will fit in reasonably nicely. But it's going to take up all of the available space. But it's going to take all of the available space along here, essentially. Yep, I've missed one. All of these trees are in the way, and it's hard to tell what's where. This one. Right, I think I'll finish off doing these red belts, and I think I should probably call it the end of the stream, because I am aware I was thinking of going to bed early tonight, and that doesn't seem to really have happened. It's been a long week already, and it's only Monday. How have I miscounted? Well, which one have I missed? 2 there, 2 here. This one, I've missed this one. Goodness sake. No, not there. There. It comes all the way to there like that. There we go. Right. Yeah, I could. Or I could get my bots to do it. Or actually, the bots to start placing other stuff, and I'm not sure I'm really ready for that. But yeah, maybe blowing the trees up would have been a good... I suppose I still could, because I haven't actually put anything down. I've just put blueprints down, so nothing's going to get damaged if I chuck grenades randomly into the middle of my construction. Which is weird, but quite liberating. Okay, so that's the copper being brought in. That's the green circuits coming into here and then being rebalanced out to everywhere else that needs them. So now that is complete, except for all of the ingredients for these circuits, which are being brought in by these 2 stations. So I'm going to have to bring those off to the side here, up here, all the way around the outside here. In fact, I could do the belt mixing down here somewhere, and then bring N where N is 1. Where N is 1, 2, Oh, hang on. Have I miscounted the number of ingredients for this? If so, Tristan's going to be very upset when I ask him for another station, and I'm going to be very upset when there's a when there isn't room for an output. I don't know. I mean, I want to say I don't think I've got it wrong, but right. So we've got. Oh no, there's a station here. Okay. There's that one that I haven't used yet. Okay, that's all right then. I might get rid of that. Having this on this side is going. Well, I mean, I could bring it up around the outside here. That would actually be okay. Especially if I made this one the whichever the extra thing was, the ones that are going down the middle. I don't know. Whichever one's going down the middle, it doesn't really matter. If I made that the one, yeah, going down the middle, and then I could mix these two. I could still mix the stuff from these two in this space over here, run the belts up, and then have the output belts come around the outside and go into these ones. So yes, that's still viable. I heard you snirk, Mark. I don't worry, I haven't screwed it up.
Wasn't intentional.
Yeah, we're no. It's when you say purple chips, do you mean blue ones, or do you mean, or is there another one that we haven't got to yet? Yeah, we're nearly at red circuits. Blue is going to be an extra step beyond this as well, an extra headache, but it's coming. I mean, this feels reasonably neat, and perhaps I should have put this. I could have put this in the middle to save on belts, but I don't think I really care. Blue ones, yeah, yeah, getting close. Okay, so how many of these belts do I actually need? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a weird number, but okay. Weird number, but okay. So I suppose for that we'll put 5 of those across there. Run this up. No, I only need 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Run this up here like this. I suppose I could do that, but come back and worry about the undergrounds and worry about the underground now, I suppose, because this is where I need to put them in. And this is where it's gonna fail. Yeah, so that'll have to be a red one, but that's okay. Red is a color we have. Where's some red underground? There's one. I can copy that. In fact, I need to put the red underground in here as well for this bit. Doing all this without having any of the resources flowing in feels slightly weird, because normally when I'm designing something like this, I'll have at least some of them buzzing around in it, but this is probably actually better, because if I had it full of resources, then we'd just end up with a massive clutter of stuff in the wrong places, and then I'd end up with my inventory full of nonsense, which is why I always end up with my inventory full of nonsense. So this is better, really. It just requires me to not make any mistakes. So we'll be fine, I'm sure. Can't believe I said that without getting some random abuse from my cohorts.
I'm concentrating.
Oh, did it hurt?
I know. Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, wireless charger. What does it wirelessly charge?
Equipment in trains and vehicles and stuff.
Okay, nice. Now that can just go there. That's easy. There we go. So that's the first one, which has been a bit sort of weirded into place, but never mind. So let's bring this one over, and this then goes down the middle of here. I was wondering what that blooping noise was. Research turns out, which is valid, but I wondered if it was somebody linking to a spot on the map because weird things were happening there. Oh, for goodness sake, just go straight through the trees. Don't go under the trees. We don't care about trees. Not enough to go around under them anyway. That goes there. I'm pretty sure I said I was going to stop once I'd finished putting in the belts for the something that I've already put the belts in for, but never mind. That's down there. Right, so that's everything now except the other one of these, the inner one, which has the glass and the plastic potentially, or the other 2 ingredients anyway, whichever those turn out to be from down here. So let's take a copy of this and flip it. Don't need that. Like that. Then, as usual, put a warehouse out here for it to drop into. Is it there? Yeah, I think it's there. And then second one there. So those will link straight through into these chests. We'll then have some sort of shenaniganery up here that mixes them onto the onto the same belts rather. See which ones of these actually work. Comes over there like that, right? And then same thing. You know what? Copy that. Bump. Oh, I missed. That's easily fixed. Get rid of that and paste. There we go. What joy of working with blueprints. It's very, very easy to fix your mistakes. There. Right, so that's all of that. Now we have from here, I guess we'll do I suppose actually I'm gonna have to do that, aren't I? Like that, maybe? And this one can go under here. And then... No, wait. There's been another one coming up here. That. I don't know if this is a good way to blend these or not. Yeah, we do have the sandbox area as well. Actually, I just haven't been using it. Yeah, let's have a look what everyone else is doing. That's a good idea. What is everyone else doing? Would anyone like to tell me what they're doing?
Oh, we
I've
all
just
went to
prepared
bed.
the bus for red and blue circuits.
Oh, okay.
Fine.
So over here we've got stations. Oh, you scraped together enough landfill to sort of carry on. Oh no, you've got stations down here. I see.
Both.
Right. So okay. So we're gonna ready to feed the red circuits in here and the blue circuits when I finally make them. Excellent.
They are now on. They have bus lanes.
Cool. I see. Mike was working over here. So okay. Mike's been upgrading the furnaces to electric furnaces now that we have lots of electricity to play with.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And I'm just sort of backtracking along the line, upgrading everything along the way.
Marc has obviously been doing the power up here, although I think he's moved on to other things since then.
No,
Oh.
just doubled it. Or
Oh
fine
yes.
with the
Oh, it's 2
processor.
rows of it now. Wow.
Yep.
So how much power have we got now? Let's find a random pylon and click on it. Wow. Okay, so we've got about 1 gigawatt available of maximum power, although that might include some of the accumulators. I'm not sure. I'm never quite sure how that works it out. Yeah, we've got 250. So it looks like the gas power stations are running flat out at 260 megawatts. We're not using any of the power from steam engines. We're getting almost nothing from solar, and we're getting almost nothing from wind because it's wind and it's rubbish. Cool. Yeah, so everyone else has been up to things.
Did someone disconnect? Oh yeah.
Why not completely use red belts? Well, no real reason to be honest. Just I feel like I've been using yellow belts are cheaper, so although we're not short enough of resources for that to actually matter, but they are cheaper. But also, if you build in yellow belts and you find they're not fast enough, you can upgrade them to red belts. If you build in your fastest available belts and find they're not fast enough, then you're screwed. It's not really a good reason, but it's a reason. It's all I got for you, I'm afraid. This is some nasty spaghetti. So that's that one done. This one is going to need to go underground to get past here. This is awful. I feel somewhat ashamed of myself. I wonder if there are. So you know how there's blueprint books for everything. So I'm going to assume there will be, but there's probably a blueprint you can download from the internet somewhere that's full of ways of merging 6 belts that are coming off a out in a row and with another 6 belts that are doing something completely different, something else on the other side. So how many of these did I need? It's going to be a lot, isn't it? Because there's going to be 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, so I need mix of blueprints. I thought there probably would be, but I also feel like using that would be admitting defeat. So I'm not going to. Okay, so I need 8, and I'm halfway. So we've got the first 4 are coming off here. The problem I was going to say the problem is I've not left enough room for the rest to come off the top here. Because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the other 2 are going to have to come off down this way. But actually that's not a problem because they can jump over all of this and merge with something over here, over these 2 over here somewhere out of the way. So that's probably quite nice. In fact, that's not a bad idea just in general. If we bring this up here.
Tristan, I don't know about the logic here, but it's gone wrong.
Just a moment, because
Is that going up? Yes,
I have a time. I've just put down a yellow chest. I need to filter.
Go to there. And then that means this one. Oh, pants. It was nearly it was nearly perfect. Because it could move across that way, but it couldn't quite. So there we go. Got
Why is that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6th one here. This will have to be a red belt, red underground belt. Though.
You have a pylon. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody else has done it more neatly than I have, but never mind.
No.
Doing it myself is its own special kind of torture. I mean, fun.
I've dropped it to 60 rather than 64 now.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they managed to not hold quite as much.
There was 1 yellow belt on the belt.
Oh, okay. Right, I'm changing back to 64 then.
That one and oh no, wait.
So we have
That one.
a fairly full warehouse of stone.
Yep, that's how I noticed it wasn't working.
That means we have plenty of stone
Given
now.
what things have been like recently with stone, I suspect we're probably going to get through it fairly quickly.
Yeah. I mean, it's flooding through at full speed.
Right, that's nearly it. Oh, there's a thing in the way here. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Have you noticed that it changes from red to yellow going that way, Mike?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I'll
6, 7, 8. Great success.
Yeah.
I'm doing downstream for upstream. Sorry, upstream for downstream.
So now this goes up this way. It's a lot of stuff, and is going to go smack into the side of this, into the existing stuff. That's just what I need. Well, one of them. How bad is it? How much overlap is there? Oh no, it isn't. It's going to actually miss. Excellent.
Tristan or Mike?
Yep.
Could one of you have a look at the filter
So that can go there.
cleaning thing that's kind of backed up?
Oh yes. Yep. Yeah, we've been putting more and more load on that and not been upgrading it, haven't we? Right, that's an area that I'm going to go up and clear out with a grenade. Because I can't see the wood for the trees. No, I can't see the belts for the trees. Boom. Now I feel like I should utilize some of this in space down here. So I'm going to go.
Since you run up there, shall I leave it to you, Mike?
I mean, you
Here,
could
this
really got just dump a blueprint down, frankly.
bring this across here, and this would be this one, and this would be.
Yeah, literally
This
just
one.
doing that. Yeah, that's all I was going to do, literally.
At some point, I'm going to run into the belts coming the other way with other things, and have to do something about it. But oh, if I do this, then I can get one more in, more and more in than I would otherwise have done.
It's like
this
a
level,
lot more.
on this layer. This can come back up here to here and go along there. And don't do that. What have I told you? And along here. Along. Oop, too far. Like that. Then, where's the next? What can we do with the next one? Where is the next? Here's the next one. So this is going to actually have to just come straight out the top. That's fine. Like that. As is this one. This is a lot of belts. When I finish this, I'm going to have to do a get the game to count up how many belts are involved in this entire monstrosity of a construction, because it's going to be a lot. And then across here, like that. But I'm nearly there. It's just occurred to me I haven't put in the output belts yet, so that's still a thing. But oh, and that's added up. They got the numbers right. That's very, very satisfying. Oh yeah, the bot storm is going to be ridiculous. I'm going to need to fit the roboports in somehow for all of this, and then it's just going to use up the entire output of the base for the rest of time. So that's going to be fun. What's going on in here? Right, so this one is. So the inner ones, the ones closer to the red circuit machines, are the machines that take the other belts that bring in the I don't know what is that, green circuits? Yeah, I think it's green circuits. So the outer ones are the ones that take away the red circuits. So these come up here like that. Can I delete that and have it reach? I can. Fantastic. Because I'm going to need that everywhere else. This one as well. Turn it around. Bring it up here. And then this one. Maybe we should start the next episode off, or the next stream off, with the epic bot storm of building all of this stuff, and just save it for then. You know, it's a little bit of a cliffhanger, something to keep you guys wanting to, make everyone want to come back to see whether it actually works when I built it, when I built the entire thing. I mean, there's
You should go through and place all the roboports inside it, but not the joining one.
yeah, I guess so. I've also made this too big. This doesn't quite reach. I was hoping that, yeah, it doesn't quite reach. It's so close, but yet so far. The sheer number of course, what I should actually be doing, come to think of it, is linking the the output belts on the way out and bring them up, because yeah, there's going to be plenty of room on them. But never mind. I suppose I could join each of these pairs up together, because they're only going to be putting onto one side each as well. So yeah, let's do that. So over here first. Goes that way. Then the next one is this one. Okay. Oop, no, like that. Then we have the third one. So many rocks around here. That's something people have commented on with space exploration, because it uses the alien biomes mod. Everywhere tends to be extremely rocky. Right, and then we just come straight back down here. Like this. using red belts for the output here is a little bit optimistic, I admit. Oh,
Tristan, you
found stuff.
connected loop, right?
And I've got
Connected what?
4
Loop
stations
to
over
the main
here.
bus.
Yes.
So we're going
Okay,
to
I'll
want to come in like
disconnect the old one.
this.
Yeah, that can be ripped up as far as I'm concerned.
We're going to want another one of these. Is that 4?
And just leave
think
it
so.
until it runs out.
No,
Yep.
it's a warehouse. I'm sure I had some strong boxes around here somewhere. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just used warehouses everywhere. Fine. I'll use warehouse then. I don't care. It's just a little bit decadent and unnecessary. Let's put that there. I've got 4 of these belts coming out, so that's 1 for each of those. That's fine. Put these in, coming in on this side.
I connected it, but there's a pump that's not powered.
And then that, and that, and that, and that. And delete the stuff below there. What? What are you doing, Laurence? That, and that, and that, and that. There we go. That'd make more sense, wouldn't it? Yes, yes, it would. There we go. And loaders. I'm fairly sure when all the loaders get put in, they're all going to be horribly wrong because I've just dropped stuff in. I'm not certain I put the loaders in the right way around because I don't think when you drop them in the sort of in the navsat blueprint mode, I think they often get put the wrong way around. I think the output ones are going to be okay. The input ones I'm not so sure about, but I guess we'll see. Oop. And then these again. You see the arrows on them pointing the wrong way. I mean, I can rotate them like this. Now they look correct, but I don't know. I don't think I've got them all right anyway.
When you
Right.
place a belt against them, they turn around to match the belt.
Okay, so when they're actually placed, you mean, because they haven't been as I put them down as the blueprints. Yeah, that's some.
That's probably you placing them the other way around. If you put the belt down after it,
Oh, maybe. That's what they look
because you
like before.
can rotate them to face the wrong way as well.
Mm. Yeah, they don't flip round automatically when you put a belt in
No.
in blueprint mode. Right.
Oh, right. Okay.
Let's have a look how much stuff I've used in this entire.
It's coming up on 12:15, by the way.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, we should probably stop. That's 8.6 thousand belts of various types. Jeez. Okay. Yeah. Let's call it a day, and we shall build all of this up next week. So, I guess thank you everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this stream where I've been building lots and lots of stuff. The bus is extended. We've made all the bits for yellow science, except we seem to have run out of rocket control modules, so that's going to need to be improved. So we get the rocket control modules being made a bit more quickly. Sorry, not the rocket control modules, the telemetry data, which needs the rocket control modules to be built more quickly. That's what I actually meant. So another one of these machines in here, basically, just doing the same sort of thing, like this. But you know what? Copy that, paste it there. Oh no, paste it there, and then extend this belt like that. There we go. There we go. That's gonna double the throughput at least. Double how quickly we launch rockets. So that's gonna help a little bit. Yeah. So done that. I went out and did some anti-pollution stuff, which was useful. We've now got a big long trail of filters working their way around along here. There's quite big gaps here, but I guess they're double the size the gaps normally are because there's a splitter up here that's splitting them. Although that said, that gap looks even bigger. Maybe we're still having a bit of a shortage of them over here. Although there's 92, I don't know. Could go either way. Maybe we just still haven't quite got enough going around. Oh, I found the problem. Problem. Right. So if I fix that, then there'll be a massive flood of them through. I suppose I should probably head up there and do that because otherwise I'll forget. Yeah, so I'll head up there and do that. So I've built that up. We've got the rocket science being produced now. We've got a large number of red circuits. In theory, will be produced at some point in the future. Tristan's given me lots of stations and lots of extra stuff being put onto the bus, so things can carry on being made, and that will generally go well, hopefully. Marc has sorted out our power production, and to an extent that we're now making power out of nothing, which is quite impressive. I mean, technically, it's a sort of solar power because we're turning we're growing trees and then turning them into electricity. So yeah, it's basically solar power with extra steps. So that's fine. Mike did some fighting of biters and then has upgraded the a lot of the smeltery to start using better to start using the better furnaces. So yeah, things are going well, I would say. No. Right, so there we go. I can cut that off now. We've now got an obscene number of these filters going to come around here.
Copper on the smeltery.
Oh, we've actually got enough copper. Blimey. Well done. Well done, everyone. That's impressive. I haven't seen us actually having enough of a resource for the production to stop. That's brilliant. Oh yes, and Marc put together a stone mine, so we've actually got a bit of stone coming through now. Hence, so we've got all of these stone bricks being generated, which is rather nice. And also, this seems to be. Oh no, it's only being used slowly. So there's a steady trickle of glass and silicon coming out at the speed these machines will run at. Oh, actually, we're a little bit limited by the yellow belts that are producing the that's carrying the sand out by the looks of it. So that's possibly something you could do with an upgrade at some point in the not too distant future. But yeah, that's brilliant. The fact that we've now actually got enough copper is amazing. And there's some signals missing on the input to the iron. Oh no, that's okay because it's trying to go into that station, isn't it? So the signal is in the right place. It's just this train is trying to get into this station, but there's no iron mine that's got any iron available. So it sounds like, oh, now there is. So it sounds like we might need to go and find some more iron patches in the next stream. Oh dear. Yes. So there's as you say, millions of belts required for that. So that's going to be a hell of a flood when we actually start producing them for the next in the next stream, when we start actually building up those red circuit production. This is going to take forever to get through, so I'm going to pick a load of these up and start putting them into this chest down here, because otherwise there aren't going to be any gaps to put the dead filters into, and it's going to cause problems. Here comes a flood of dead filters. Actually, I won't pick those up, but if I keep putting these into here like that, manually if necessary, then I can sort of get the system back under control. And I mean, it would eventually get through them all. It's not the end of the world, but I don't want there to be such a backlog of the good filters that there's nowhere to unload the dirty filters to. So as long as this has got round, as long as this the ones on this belt have got round the turnaround point at the end, then it's basically okay. But until then, it's a bit much. Glomp. Ooh. Oh, I got a dirty one. Oh, and I can actually start putting in these roboports now. So you are supposed to be in construction mode. So I can copy that, and I've started doing things again when I said I was going to finish. Sorry. But I can put down a few of these. Oh, stop. Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely worth having these going across the top here. Hello, we don't stockpile anything like enough yellow belts. That's a very good point. I should have thought of that when we got started on that nonsense quantity of building stuff. Yeah, there's going to be a lot. It's just going to have to trickle build over the next stream, pretty much, I guess. So we'll see. Technically, it's not actually my birthday anymore, Matt, but thank you for the wishes anyway, because it's now after midnight. So yeah, it's already tomorrow, and I'm now just merely old rather than being the birthday boy. That said, my party's not till the weekend, so you know it's still sort of birthday season for me. Right, okay, that's enough of that. I'll dump off these filters, and then we'll call it a night. So thank you for watching. Don't forget to go and check out the stream sponsors. That's trefoil.be. Go to their/Laurence Plays to get appropriate discounts for a 20% discount from your next purchase, and to support the channel and their sponsors. So that'd be great. And I shall look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you very much for watching. Does anyone else have anything they want to say before we finish?
Bye, guys.
Nothing particular. Bye all.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Bye everyone, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week. And yes, there'll be at least one video, probably 2 videos at the weekend, because we've got up lots of stuff. So, great, thank you, good night everyone, and we'll see you next week.